Another. Territorial slide. Thanks, Michael's doing an admirable job of multitasking here. Just to start our meeting, Comox Valley Regional District respectfully acknowledges the land on which we gather. It's unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of the land. Welcome everyone this morning. I'm Alison Habkirk, for those of you who haven't met me, and I've been the facilitator for this project. I think now for almost 6 years. I looked at my files last night and thought, oh my God. Anyway, I'm super happy as always to be here and happy to see familiar faces. As I said to somebody, I kind of miss you. I kind of miss this project. So it's really nice to be back, and welcome to the newcomers. Mark, I don't know, is there anything you want to say right off the bat before we do some introductions?
Sure. Yeah. Thanks everyone for coming. My name's Mark Rutten. I'm the General Manager of Engineering Services. Normally, Chris LaRose would be sitting here, but he hurt his back skiing this weekend. So he's flat out with back spasms and just not able to fill that role this morning. So I've kind of stepped in. So we might stumble a little bit today because this is the first time I've seen the slides that I'm going to present. And so I'm not super familiar with them, but we'll get through it. And yeah, that's about it. So thanks.
Great, thanks. So we thought, because there are some new members, and it has been a little while, that we would start with some introductions. And maybe what we can do is just start at this end of the table. If you wouldn't mind, just, are you okay with that?
Oh, wait, there's one more thing.
Oh yeah, please.
The microphones. So although we can probably hear you within this room, the people that are on Zoom, they won't be able to hear you unless you use the microphone. So on the microphone, there's a kind of a gray button in the middle. Just push that, your mic will turn on, and then please speak into the microphone. It helps everybody, both in the room, but especially on Zoom, hear what you're saying.
Yeah, and if you have questions, when you push your microphone, the little light goes on so we can see that you're wanting to speak, and we really encourage questions today. This is all about kind of getting up to speed and figuring out where we're at and what's going on. So yeah, we hope there'll be a really good dialogue today. So back to you. If you can just tell us your name and what your role is on the committee, who you're representing.
My name is Lorraine Aitken. I'm the alternate representative for Courtenay Beach, Area B, and I have been here since before day one.
Morning, everyone. Nico Prince with the BC Shellfish Growers.
Jim Elliott, Union Bay residents representative.
Len Paulovich, East Courtenay.
Maureen Swift, Councillor, Town of Comox, and I've been on the Sewage Commission since 2011.
Ella Derby, I'm an environmental health officer and I'm with Island Health.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mike Teslis. I'm a principal engineer with WSP Canada, and I'm leading the liquid waste management plan on behalf of the CVRD.
Hello, I'm Michael Briggs. I'm a branch assistant at the regional district. I'm here to help take minutes and administer these meetings.
Morning, everyone. My name is Derry Monteith. I'm the manager of liquid waste planning for the CVRD, working kind of exclusively in the electoral areas.
Morning, everyone. My name is Reece Ellington. I'm the manager of wastewater services for the regional district, and started there when Jim was running the show. So first TACPAC meeting. Thanks for having me.
Good morning, everyone. I am the alternate Comox resident representative, and this is my very first meeting. So nice to see everybody. Thank you.
I'm Ken Newman. I'm from Royston. I'm part of the Public Advisory Committee that's been meeting since forever, it seems.
Good morning, Kevin McPhail, Town of Comox, resident representative.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ian Monroe, and I'm the alternate CVRD alternate director for Area A.
Norm Prince, I'm on public for the Craig Derrick subdivision.
Martin Crilly, I'm a Comox resident representative. Good morning, everyone.
Kevin Van Velzen, Comox resident. And I got my first question. I know I'm cheating. I'd love to hear sometime you hear how we're doing for budget and schedule on the project. Thank you.
Mark Schaefer from Area B. This is my first meeting.
Great, thank you. And maybe, Michael, can you tell me how many people we have online roughly?
Six.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and we have
Just two
someone
more
else.
of us, three of us.
Yeah.
Shelley Ashfield, the Director of Operations with the Town of Comox. A bit of history. I've been with the town since 2009, so I've been around a few of these meetings. Thank you.
Thanks.
John DeCombe, I'm a City Courtenay resident rep alternate, and it's my first meeting.
And in the very far corner there.
I'm Tracy Clark here from the Comox Valley Chamber of Commerce.
Thanks, Tracy. And I think what we'll try to do is move those things out of your way there so you have a place to sit. That's everyone in the room, I think, right? And if we could go to the people online, maybe I can just ask you to volunteer or put your hand up. Yeah, it's hard to see. Mary, I can see you.
Sure. Mary Lang, Area B, Croteau Beach. I've been with Lorraine. Well, I think we've been on this since 2014 or 2013. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Chris Davidson.
Chris Davidson, Director of Engineering with City of Courtenay.
Thanks, Chris. And Lindsay.
Lindsay Johnson, I'm Drinking Water Wastewater Manager with the Ministry of Health down in Victoria. Ministry of Health, well, it's the sewage system regulation, which governs on-site sewage systems. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lindsay. I thought I saw, is it Caitlin?
Yep.
Caitlin?
Hi, everyone. Caitlin Perchelski. I'm here on behalf of the Comox Valley Conservation Partnership.
Super. Thanks, Caitlin. Have I missed anybody? Is there anybody else online?
Hi there. Sheila Carey, citizen rep for Courtenay.
Thanks, Sheila. And Molly?
Hi, everyone. Molly Proudfoot, the Director of Operations for SD 71. I will have to pop off this meeting. It's my first one, but I had a prior commitment, so I'll be popping in and out. But I'm excited to be a part of this crew.
Super. Thanks, Molly. Thanks for letting us know. Anybody else online?
AI note taker is, but notes.
Okay, well, hearing none, we think we've got everybody. Okay, and I'm going to promptly turn it over to Mark.
Great, thanks, Allison. So yeah, first of all, wanted to acknowledge the land on which we're gathering today is the unceded traditional territory for the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. Oh, let me check.
Yeah, it should be there.
Yep.
Slide.
Okay, Michael, can you go to the next slide? First piece of technology not working, the clicker. Allison's doing the battery trick here.
My high-tech solution of the problem. Should be on. No, I think we must have bit batteries. Do you have the antenna? It's supposed to be. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay.
All right, well, we'll keep working on the clicker, but in the meantime, the agenda for today, so introductions, we've just completed that, so thank you, everyone. We've got some review of the sewer service, just to give everyone a bit of an understanding of what the regional district sewer service looks like, both for the returning members, but also for the new members that we have. A summary of the liquid waste management planning process and the decisions that have already been made. How the South Addendum liquid waste management plan fits in. So a lot of acronyms there, but just describing those two processes and how they kind of come together at this point in time. Also provide a bit of a summary of some of the work that's underway and next steps and the technical advisory and public advisory committee engagement. So really today's objective is bringing new members up to speed and refreshing on the work that's underway. Next slide, please, Michael. Michael, are you able to move the online participants just so that we can see the map a little bit better? Great, thanks. So a little bit on the Comox Valley Sewer Service, and please, if you have any questions or this doesn't make any sense, please ask. That's really a big part of what today is about, just making sure everyone has, is comfortable with kind of what we're talking about here. But this is the Comox Valley Sewer System. This particular map here shows the service area. The purpose of this system is to transmit, treat, and dispose of wastewater. So, essentially wastewater is collected by the municipalities. So the city of Courtenay, the town of Comox, they own and operate the entire collection system. And there's a few key places where they transfer the wastewater to the regional district. So those are mainly large pump stations. So at that point, they sort of hand off the wastewater to the regional district, and then we take it over and we transmit it to the treatment plant, we treat it, and then we dispose of the wastewater. The participants in the service are the town of Comox, city of Courtenay, the Department of National Defense, and the Comox First Nation. The governance for this service, it's governed by the regional district board, but most of the authority for the governance is with the sewage commission. So the sewage commission has a lot of delegated authority from the CVRD board. They make most of the decisions for the service. And the sewage commission is supported by an advisory committee, which doesn't really govern anything, but provides a lot of advice to the sewage commission in terms of the operation and maintenance and upgrades that are required. At the treatment plant, we have 14 operators. They work basically from 2 locations. But mainly at the main wastewater treatment plant, which some of you have seen. You'll also notice on this map that there's a large service area in the south that's not mentioned as part of the participants, but the service area was expanded to include parts in the south. And we'll talk a bit more about that today when Derry presents on the South LWMP work. And you will notice during the introductions, there are some members on the committee now from the south. So these lands, you can see a large pieces of land which are part of the treaty settlement land for Comox First Nation. and then other smaller sort of coastal areas, which are in Area A, Royston, Union Bay. So those areas are not yet participating, but are included in the service area. And that's an important change that happened a few years ago. Any questions on the sewer service? Okay, next slide, please, Michael. So a little bit of history prior to 1980, and please feel free to fill in if you know more history. I know Jim has a lot of history with the service, but my understanding is that prior to 1984, Courtenay, Comox, and D&D all took care of their own wastewater, not just the collection side, but also the treatment and the discharge. So in Courtenay, I believe the treatment was through a lagoon system, essentially where the air park is now. There were a series of lagoons that provided some treatment, and then there was an outfall, which I don't know exactly where it went, but they discharged to the marine environment. For Comox, they collected their wastewater. It all came to a point kind of down by Jane Place, where there was some primary treatment and then discharge across the lagoon, over the spit, and then out into deeper water. And then D&D, they had some kind of primary treatment and then discharge to Queen's Ditch. And in 84, these partners came together through the regional district, and the regional district created the Comox Valley Sewer Service. So, I imagine all three entities needed to make major upgrades at that time, to comply with regulation or to just make improvements. And so the decision was made to build a single service, transmission, treatment plant, and discharge, and all participate together. So that happened in the early 80s. So the pump station and conveyance system was constructed, the Comox Valley Water Pollution Control Center. So you can see there the sort of crane and some of the formwork, and a marine outfall. And initially, also as part of that project, there was a composting operation that was built at the treatment plant, and composting of the biosolids took place at the treatment plant. It was an open covered building, and that created a significant amount of odor at the time. And in 1999, after years of operating in that way, a biosolids composting facility was constructed in a remote location in Cumberland, adjacent to the landfill, and that composting operation was moved up there. And you can see the bottom photo. That's what that is. So that's a static pile composting system that's done in tunnels. So each of those doors closes. It's loaded with materials for composting. The doors close, and it happens in a tunnel type environment. That's the history in a nutshell. Any questions, comments on that one?
Just one question, if I may. So in 1984, did the standard of treatment improve to secondary or tertiary, or how far did the quality of the effluent improve over the period? So
I can tell you what was constructed at that time was a secondary effluent treatment plant. I'm not sure if the standard at the time required that. I actually don't think it did require it, but Jim might know. But that's what that was the selected treatment level was secondary at the time. And it was a big improvement for the community because there was no secondary treatment in place for any of the participants. Yeah, so I can't say if that was the actual requirement at that point in time, and if it was the regulations that drove it, but that was what was implemented. Jim?
Yeah, at that time, it was originally going to be primary treatment, which is basically just a physical treatment, sedimentation type treatment system. But due to community concerns, it was changed and went to full-on secondary treatment.
Any other comments or questions on history? And the clicker is working, so this is great. So this map here shows a bit of a system layout. So just this, this helps get kind of oriented to the different pieces of the system that we might be talking about as part of this work. So I'll just try to kind of walk through it here. And I know it's a bit, we can't use a pointer on these screens, but at the left side of the screen, there's a pump station called the Courtenay Pump Station. Thanks, Michael. So this is one of the main pump stations in the system. Up until just a few years ago, when we built some other infrastructure, this pump station took 100% of Courtenay's flow. So all of the flow from West Courtenay, East Courtenay, everything came to this single pump station from the city of Courtenay and was pumped to the treatment plant. Along the way, where it says KFN on the map, there's another small pump station there that serves the Comox First Nation Indian Reserve number 1 lands. And then further along, see another pump station called Jane Place Pump Station that picks up about 90% of the wastewater from the town of Comox. And then following the line along to the treatment plant where there's a star kind of in the middle of the map there. So that is one of our main conveyance legs, taking all of Courtenay's wastewater, 90% of Comox's, and then Comox First Nation wastewater to the treatment plant. Just sticking with that kind of leg of the system, at the bottom, you'll see the Goose Spit and some small amount of wastewater from Department of National Defense enters the town system. It's kind of, it enters the town's gravity system and then makes its way to the Jane Place pump station and gets brought into the system that way. That's a fairly recent project, and that was required to replace a very old pipeline that brought it directly back to Jane Place. So that was just done 7 or 8 years ago. Also entering the treatment plant, you'll see a whole network of other piping from kind of the top of the map that comes down. So these are fairly, there's 2 parts to this. The topmost part of that system is called the Greenwood trunk and the Hudson trunk. And these are fairly new, recently installed gravity systems. So there's a height of land that kind of comes through this map, and everything on one side of that line kind of flows by gravity down towards the Courtenay pump station. And on the other side of that line, there's an opportunity to use gravity to bring wastewater to the plant without too much pumping. And so that Greenwood trunk and Hudson trunk were put in to create a network of piping that would allow a lot of that side of Courtenay and Comox to flow by gravity to the treatment plant. So those lines are fairly new. There's not a lot of flow in them yet, but with recent development, especially in the town, we're quickly filling up the Hudson trunk section. And the Greenwood will grow as Courtenay grows in that direction. And then the bottom part of that system, you can see a straight line, kind of a long night road there, and then turning and going towards the treatment plant. That was part of the original system, and that took D&D's flow, which we mentioned at the beginning, took it into the system through a smaller pump station called the CFB Comox pump station. Still a significant pump station, but smaller than Courtenay or Jane, I think. And all of that wastewater comes to the treatment plant. It's treated to secondary level treatment. And then you can see to discharge the treated wastewater, there's a piping that runs along the shore again to Cape Lazo, and then in an outfall, it's a 3 kilometer long pipe out into deeper water for discharge. One important thing to know, and you'll learn more about this, the piping that's along the foreshore that's shown on this map is installed in the intertidal, for the most part, is installed in the intertidal zone. And so that's been a major kind of advantage for the system when it was first installed, because I think, there wasn't a lot of other piping in the way. So except for fighting the tides, it made for a relatively easy installation of the original system, but makes for very complicated replacements now that we're starting to replace some of this piping. And maybe one last thing to say about the current infrastructure is the area right along the Balmoral Beach area, Willamar Bluffs area. That section of the original system, and we'll talk more about this on a future slide, became, the piping system there became exposed. Like it's a buried pipe in this intertidal area, but it became exposed due to wave action. And we had to do a lot of work to protect that piping, and eventually resulted in the kind of root cause of the replacement project that we're working on now, which is called the conveyance project. So enough there probably, but any comments or questions on kind of the layout of the system in terms of the transmission piping? Okay, great, thanks. This is the Water Pollution Control Center. So this is the treatment plant, and there's a nice bird's eye view there. So this is a fairly current picture. So this is where the main treatment processes happen. This is where the operators kind of start and finish their day. And quite a few of the operators spend their entire day here operating and maintaining all of the equipment involved. And then some of the operators will kind of look after the pumping system. So they'll each day they'll go to the pump stations and do the routine kind of operations and maintenance requirements there. This is a secondary treatment plant. So I am not an expert on wastewater treatment processes, but there's kind of two main parts to this treatment process, the way I understand it. And Reed, please step in if I'm like getting off track here. But essentially the wastewater comes into the treatment plant. It's screened initially. So there's a screening process just to remove the largest kind of rags that might get into the sewer system and larger pieces of material that need to be screened out. Then there's a degritting process. So any sort of grit and sand and really heavy materials are removed. Then there's a primary treatment process, which basically slows the flow down and allows just for settling of heavier materials. And then there's a biological secondary treatment process that happens after that. And then those round tanks that you see sort of on the middle of the screen there, those provide the final settling so that the biological treatment process, the biology can settle in those and be recycled back into the plant for more treatment, where the clean water can flow off. Nailed it. Thanks, Reed. That's pretty generous, I think. Couple other important tanks in this process. We have two overflow tanks or equalization tanks. So one is on the very back end of the plant. So after those round clarifiers, you'll notice a big tank in the sort of upper right part of the screen. I think it's called an equalization basin. And it's used when this plant is affected by tides. So when the tides are high, it's harder to get the wastewater, the treated wastewater out of the plant and into the discharge than when the tides are low. And when there's very high flows during extreme storm events, we'll use that tank to capture some of the treated effluent during high tides when the outfall is not running at its maximum capacity. We'll store it there, and then when the tide goes down, we'll pump it out into the outfall and discharge it from the plant. So that was put in partway through the plant's life. There was a need for that tank. And then there's another tank at the bottom kind of right, a large tank that we just built. And this is for the short-term temporary storage of primary effluent. So we have a bit of a bottleneck in the plant. Just help me read, like through the bioreactors, I guess. Maybe you can describe the use of the primary effluent tank there.
Yeah, so the primary effluent storage basin is it's a little bit, it works kind of in tandem with the final effluent storage basin. So it could be a combination of, it's generally still on the high flow events, where we could experience washout of in the secondary clarifiers instead of having that time to, they can be hydraulically overloaded. So we're able to set a flow rate to send through the secondary treatment process and trim flows off into the primary clarifiers to help the hydraulics in the secondary process and keep that biomass in the tanks. It also works as a kind of a secondary backup if it were really a big storm event, and to be able to give you extra storage if the initial storage basin is filling up too fast, as they're about 6,000 cubes, I think, of storage. And on a big storm event, we can have up to 40,000 cubes come through the plant. So between the two of them, we've got about 12,000 cubes of storage. So that gives us the kind of the ability to make it through that peak tide, king tides with the high flows, and then be able to pump back when the tides drop.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Another. Okay.
Do you guys UV before you send it out too as a last resort?
No, there's currently no UV treatment at the plant. It's you'll probably hear more about it later in the slides, as that'll be implemented in the first phase upgrades. Yeah.
Another.
One more question. Go ahead.
So,
Yeah, absolutely.
sorry, I'm a bit of a neophyte, so forgive me, but stormwater is not supposed to get into the system, or it is supposed to get into the system?
It's not supposed to get into the system.
But it does.
But it does, and we're
it's
going to
a
talk.
big factor, right?
It's a big factor, yeah. Yeah, and we'll talk about a little bit about that today, and it's definitely going to be a topic of conversation because it's yeah, it's a really important part of determining what to do in the future. Odor control. So
more questions?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, those two large pits are not covered, and that's where any potential odor comes from, those large two pits?
So you're right, they're not covered. The one on the top right of the screen is the treated effluent. So there's not a lot of odor associated with that. It's gone through the entire treatment process, and it really doesn't contribute to odor on the site. But the storage of primary effluent would contribute to odor, and we have a kind of a operating strategy where we only use that tank when absolutely necessary. And we don't leave the wastewater in there for any longer than required to get the process working. And I think we have a notification process, so we notify neighbors when we're using it. And can you just speak to how often it's been used in the last couple of years?
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Notify the neighbors right away that it's in use, and then it's generally within 24 hours it's been pumped back and cleaned out. So it's kind of first priority when we can is we empty that tank, and then the operators will be out there hosing it down and cleaning the tank out right away. As far as how much it's been used, it's once or twice a year if it has to be used. Last year we didn't use that tank. The final effluent storage tank was used, but we didn't have to use the primary effluent tank, so it's pretty infrequent.
But it does contribute to odor.
Yeah.
And odor is the next thing I wanted to mention. So you'll notice a bullet here on odor control system. So we've got a fairly extensive odor control system. It has taken a long time to get to this point. So I did mention at the beginning that originally when this plant was built, the biosolids, so these are the solid material that's removed from the treated wastewater. It is concentrated into a more solid form, and then we compost it. And that was a decision made when the plant was first built, was to compost biosolids and produce a Class A compost that could be reused, as a nutrient-rich kind of compost for the community. And that was done on site here in an open kind of composting system. And that on its own created quite a bit of odor. The neighbors of the treatment plant were quite impacted by it. And there was at the time in the late 80s, 90s, there was class action lawsuit against the regional district that resulted in the RD needing to relocate that entire part of the operation. And also, in addition, cover some of the open vessels. So that work was done, which made a big improvement, but there were still nuisance issues in the community, the surrounding community around the treatment plant. And we did additional odor control upgrades. So on that diagram in the middle, you can see kind of, it looks like blue. Well, they are blue. They're mainly what you're seeing there is what was previously open tanks, now enclosed in blue fiberglass covers, FRP covers, and then a series of piping that draws under slight vacuum, draws the vapors away from those tanks and takes it to a chemical scrubber for treatment. So it's taken a long time. I think the community is, did suffer quite a bit from the nuisance of odor. I feel like we're in a way better place now and have a pretty good standard for odor in place. And
can I just take a minute, just because I'm having trouble seeing the chat or the people online? Is there any questions from the people that are joining us online? Okay, hearing none.
All right. And then the last bullet there, we kind of did talk about. So all of the biosolids are concentrated on site into a solid form and then transported by dump truck up to the biosolids composting facility, which is located in Cumberland, right adjacent to the landfill. Okay, so that's the treatment plant in a nutshell. Any questions?
I'd just like to have a comment on the odor situation. The plant, when it was built in 1984, had a very long detention time in the force main coming from Courtenay and Comox, which the sewage was basically degrading within the force main itself. And that was a major contributor to the odor situation. So it really wasn't all to do with the composting. A lot of it was to do with a design at the time, because it was built for today's flows, of course, and that's 30 years ago. So
yeah, no, thanks, Jim. All right, so some of the challenges here on the treatment plant, and CVWPCC stands for Comox Valley Water Pollution Control Center. We love our acronyms here at the RD. So one of the challenges is redundancy requirements under the MWR. And I can't speak to like exactly what they are. I think it's very complicated, but essentially even when a main part of the treatment plant, like one of the bioreactors or one of the primary clarifiers or one of the secondary clarifiers, one of these major pieces of equipment are out of service for maintenance, or they've broken down in an unplanned kind of way, you still need to be able to treat all of the flow. So it's not like you can use every single part of the treatment plant all the time. I mean, you do use it, but there's a requirement to ensure that even when equipment is broken down, there's other equipment kind of ready to take up the treatment effort. And our consultants or Reed can probably describe that in a better way if there's interest in understanding exactly what those redundancy requirements are. But they're important because when you look at all of the equipment that's there and the flow coming into it, you might say, oh, we can treat all of that flow and we can grow with the community for a period of time. But there are these redundancy requirements to keep in mind, and the plant needs to be able to operate under those conditions of breakdown. The plant age, so it's not a super old treatment plant, but it's not new either, right? So this is getting on to 40-45 years. A lot of the equipment has gone through replacement cycles already. So for the different mechanical pieces that are there and electrical pieces, they can all be replaced and maintained. But there are also kind of permanent infrastructure there, like concrete tanks and pipes that are buried. And as these things age, it becomes very difficult to replace them and maintain them, and it gets really expensive. So plant age is a consideration, and all of the asset management requirements there. definitely a challenge. Peak wet weather, which was brought up. So that if you looked at our treatment plant, you know, just kind of anecdotally, if you looked at the capacity of the treatment plant in the summer, so there's no rain, it hasn't rained for a month or two. The flows to the treatment plant are as low as they'll be throughout the year. The treatment plant could handle from a capacity perspective, it could handle the community's growth for years to come. However, in the winter, it's a different story. So there's a phenomenon known as inflow and infiltration. So inflow is when water kind of directly flows into the sewer system. So it shouldn't happen. We have Courtenay and Comox have completely separated stormwater and wastewater systems. But there is still some stormwater that enters the sewer system. And you know, some direct tie-ins from stormwater to the sewer system. So it's not like they're by design, but they're there, and there's a factor of inflow that contributes to winter flows. And then there's also a factor of infiltration. And infiltration is more the phenomenon of aging infrastructure where, you know, in a municipal collection system, there's a whole network of manholes, there's pipes that enters these manholes. And if there's a small crack or a failed joint between the pipe and the manhole, a little bit of water can get in there. And that, you know, in a large network, that can equal a lot of water, especially when there's heavy rains and groundwater levels are rising and the outside of the entire sewer system has got a lot of water around it. That water creeps in and adds to the flow. So what we experience in the Comox Valley system is about a 3 times peaking factor. So in the winter, even though people are flushing their toilets and using the sewer system the same way that they do in the summer, the flow increases by 3 times the summer flow. So winter flows 3 times higher than summer. So it's an important part of the conversation because anything we can do to reduce that will help our infrastructure last longer and get more out of it.
Do we have a question? Sorry.
You know, Comox is fortunate in a way in that it has the air base, so we have very good records, rainfall records. Do you have any idea what peak rainfall you plan for? I looked at some of the data recently, and the rainiest day was nearly 5 inches of rain, which is way beyond an atmospheric river, I think. So how far do you plan up for those really, you know, 100-year events, you know, particularly given climate change?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, in terms of the wastewater treatment plant, we're really planning for that peak winter flow. So, you know, I don't think it's a matter of looking at the peak rain events as much as it is like, what is our peaking factor? What, you know, so we, based on experience and, you know, maybe based on looking at a little bit of climate change for the future, but, you know, based on the experience, we know that it's 3 times or more, and we need to plan for that. Yeah. I'm not sure if consultants have any more comments. Have any comments on
Sure,
that, Mike?
Mark, I can help out. Yeah, I think, you know, sewer systems are designed for certain peaking factors, and they're designed based on past practice, and a lot of it's driven by population. So there's the base flow and then a peaking factor assigned to account for inflow and infiltration, but the inflow and infiltration increases over time. So the proportion of the rainfall that actually gets into the sewer is variable and increasing over time. So it's hard to exactly plan for that. But when the inflow and infiltration rates for designing of sewer systems is determined, that consultants these days try to account for some increase due to climate change, but there's no specific return period rainfall event that's used in the design.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. So capacity to accommodate the accelerating community growth. So this is something that I think is a little bit more important. Well, not important, but a little more sort of acute than it has been in the past. So I think over the life of this plant, the community has grown at a, like when you look back over the growth, fairly consistent kind of percentage of growth over time, with its ups and downs. But we're now in a period of, you know, kind of accelerated community growth. There's a lot of provincial incentives for communities to grow. There's a housing shortage. So there's a bunch of factors to consider that could accelerate the growth within this area. And those are important. They have a big impact on the sewer system and other infrastructure systems. Changing regulations. So something that we need to respond to and keep up with. Changes in regulations can have a big impact on the treatment plant. So you need to consider carefully how the plant is responding to those current changes, but also expected changes in the future, and just set yourself up in a way that, you know, you can implement a tighter regulation if it comes about. Residuals management. So we are, like we've talked about a little bit here today, we are composting our residuals. We're producing a Class A compost for the community, and we manage to sell out of that material every year. So we're producing a really good product that we're, you know, quite proud of. But there are tighter regulations on that product in the future also, and some emerging contaminants that we need to be aware of and make sure that we can handle. And then our proximity to residential property. So although we have, you know, a large piece of property for the treatment plant, we have some room to grow. We do have neighbors that can be impacted by the plant, that have been impacted in the past, and we need to work closely with them. Yeah.
Is there any projection on between growth, infiltration, some other factors, when the current plant would exceed its footprint and you'd have to create a second one? Is there any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So that is part of this work. So the consultants that will present today will speak about you know, the upgrades that are required to the plant. So, and these upgrades are mainly to handle community growth and increased flows. And so they'll speak to how the plant needs to grow over time. And in this case, it's not a matter of building a second treatment plant, like completely separate second treatment plant. I think it's more a matter of how is this treatment plant going to grow to support the community over time.
Sorry, yes.
I just have a question on the I&I. When I was around, I&I was still a big problem, and it sounds like it still is. I wonder what kind of programs the Courtenay and Comox have enacted to try to mitigate some of the I&I. It seems you're kind of chasing your tail when you're trying to get it at the end of the day, as opposed to when it's first entering the system. So I'm wondering if it's declined over the years with I&I programs to find the leakage, or whether it's remained the same, or whether it's actually increasing.
Yeah, I can say that Courtenay and Comox both have programs in place to, you know, to target I&I and to try to reduce. I think it's staying the same, Jim. It's not getting, and Reed, please jump in. I wouldn't say it's getting a lot worse, but I don't see it also getting a lot better. The type of development could also help improve. Like, if, you know, the more dense development tends to have less I&I, and I see a lot of dense development happening lately, so that could help the trend in the future. Also, the Minister of Environment has helped create some focus on this item. So we did submit the Stage 2 liquid waste management plan to the Minister of Environment. It was approved with several comments provided. One of those being that we need to do a better job on describing how we're going to deal with I&I in the future. So it's definitely a topic of conversation for this process as we work through the stage 3 part of it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Lorraine.
I'm just on follow-up to that question. I'm just curious to know where the stats would be that would indicate where Courtenay and Comox are comparative to other communities on their I&I.
Yeah, sorry, Lorraine, I don't have a good answer. I know it's definitely a struggle for a lot of communities. Like, I don't think we're necessarily a lot higher than other communities, but we're definitely not, like, we do need to take some action to reduce I&I to the greatest extent possible. So I'm not sure kind of where Courtenay and Comox stack up compared to other municipalities or even each other. We just know that the total is about a factor of 3. So just wanted to talk a little bit about the conveyance project. So most of you probably noticed that we're working on a large sewer conveyance project right now. So just wanted to talk a little bit about the history and why. What you can see here are some beach pictures, which I thought we had a better picture, but maybe not. So this is a section of the force main that I talked about earlier along Willamar Bluffs. And actually you can see it here in this left side picture. So it looks like a bunch of beach rocks here, but in the kind of middle of that picture on the left side, you can see some exposed force main. A little bit hard to see, but in the middle of that picture is actually the top part of a concrete pipe. And that is the main pipe that brings wastewater from Courtenay, Comox, and Comox First Nation to the treatment plant. So large, over 90% of the flow. And that's raw, untreated wastewater. And that part of the beach, Willamar Bluffs, is exposed to some pretty major winter storms. And those storms over time pulled off the cover material from the pipe. And so when this was first noticed as kind of an emergency repair, the regional district installed gabion baskets over top of that pipe. So in the middle, although you can't see the baskets themselves, these are rock-filled wire baskets. They're about 2 feet thick, and I think there's 2 layers of them that are just placed like mats over top of the pipe, and then some cover material put on top of that, and that helped to reduce the erosion. But this started a kind of series of like annual testing to determine the depth of cover on top of the pipe, and then also some risk analysis for kind of what if, like if this, and you can imagine during these storms, there's a lot going on, including logs that are brought in and that sort of thing. And if there's no cover material in place, and you can imagine a wave crashing with some heavy debris within that wave coming down onto the pipe, and it's essentially a reinforced concrete pipe with a thin steel liner, so it's not that strong from an impact kind of perspective. So we did a bunch of risk analysis work, including modeling of a pipe failure, and the modeling showed that there would be quite a significant environmental impact to Baines Sound, all within Denman and between Denman and Hornby. I don't think this just shows the map here. We had an animated. Oh, okay. There is the animation here. So this shows a pipe break for not that long of a time either. This was, I think, was like a 24-hour period where the effluent was being released. And if you think we could repair this in 24 hours, it's pretty optimistic because it's not an easy place to get to and make a repair. But if we could repair it, this 24-hour release showed days and days worth of environmental impact. So this spurred the regional district into considering replacement options. It was a long process for us. We thought we could maybe replace the pipe in sections, dealing with, you know, kind of the worst case section first. We thought we could install a pump station to intercept all of the flow before Goose Spit, and then repump it to the treatment plant through a new pipe, thereby continuing to use some of the existing pipe. That turned out to have some red flags and some flaws that we couldn't work through. So in the end, we've come to a point where we needed to replace the entire conveyance pipe from the Courtenay pump station all the way to the treatment plant. And not just replace it, but relocate it. So we've selected pretty much a new route for almost the entire way that runs along roadways for the most part, and right through the town of Comox on their roadways. So it's a difficult project to implement. We've had to work really closely with the town to thread that pipe through their existing infrastructure. But it's, you know, in the long term, it's going to provide a much better system that we can access in the future if there's ever a repair required. It's not installed right at the foreshore where we have to deal with the intertidal zone. If there was a leak, it wouldn't immediately, you know, a small leak anyway, wouldn't immediately impact the environment in the same way that the existing pipe is. So we've started that work, and we're now in construction on that project, and it's moving along.
Question.
Was there ever a diagnosis or a post-mortem to find lessons learned from the failure of the planning and engineering system that caused this fault?
No, I would say no, like not an official kind of post-mortem type meeting where.
So why did it happen?
Well, there were a lot of, like, you know, I think you need to think back to the 70s when the planning was happening for this project. So there, you know, this is 50 years ago. There was a different kind of environmental standard in place. Installing in the intertidal area definitely had some advantages. There was no other piping in the way. So the installation, except for dealing with the tides, would be a very simple installation, right? It's a matter of excavating, installing the pipe, covering. The pumping horsepower required to pump all of the wastewater for these two communities. So the wastewater for 40,000, 50,000 people could be pumped for, Jim knows this number, like 60 or 70 horsepower, right? 60 horsepower, which is very low. Like we're now looking at a system that's going to take hundreds and hundreds of horsepower to pump up and over the hill to get to the treatment plant. So from a life cycle cost perspective, it was also very efficient. And, you know, I'm sure they looked at different options, and the ease of installation, the low life cycle cost of pumping all that wastewater for 50, 60 years led them towards that option. And I think, you know, they probably evaluated the piping systems, the materials of construction, the concrete being very corrosion resistant, and you know, made their sort of best selection for what to do. Right? So I think it's easy to look back and say, like, why did we ever do that? You know, it was a horrible decision, but I can definitely see how they came to that decision. But in terms of formal postmortem, there hasn't been anything.
Well, that begs the question of, I don't know how many years ago when Victoria finally got their sewage plant in, and basically they cut across a bay there, I guess I understand. And they got a whole chunk of pipe buried there. How's that working out below?
Yeah, no, I understand the method of installation they used is horizontal directional drilling. So they've actually drilled a tunnel and pulled the pipe through that tunnel, right? So it's not on the bottom surface. Yeah. So there's some more protection for the piping. I don't know how long we're supposed to be taking for this part of the meeting, so.
You're about 15 minutes over, but you're almost there.
Yeah. Oh, here we are. Okay. So yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for the questions. I think it's helpful for us to all at least be reminded and for the newcomers to come up to speed. So it's been good. And I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
Just before we do that, again, can I go to those that are joining us virtually or any questions? I don't want to forget about you.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay?
Oh, sorry, Shelley.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
didn't know
Okay.
if
We're
you're
good with
looking
the
at
virtual
TV or
guys.
I just wanted to maybe make some comments on the I&I for the town of Comox. So, and to Jim's question, we don't have a formal program in place, but obviously we try our best to deal with it when they come up. And when we resurface roads, we camera the mains and find out what the condition of that sanitary line is. And then if it has some leaking, we will replace it at that time. So we're trying to catch up as we upgrade the roads. So we want to make sure we don't pave our road without the infrastructure underneath it being in good condition. And we continually collect the condition of our assets as we build our asset management plan as well. So I just thought I'd provide some comment on that from the town of Comox. Thank you.
Thanks, Shelley. Looks like there's a question over here.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the I&I. I'm assuming that if there's leakage going one way, it might also go the other way and have effluent like on the foreshore coming out of the pipes. Or is that just not happen because the pressure is involved?
Yeah. Well, I'll start reading. You can jump in. So it doesn't really happen the other way around. So a large part of the system is a pumped force main system. So that's completely sealed. There's no leakage from that part of the system. And then in the gravity system, the reason that the wastewater doesn't kind of leak out as much as fresh water comes in or groundwater comes in is because it's a gravity system and there is no pressure. So, you know, if you can imagine the pipes from individual homes or the wastewater's coming down the streets and then into manholes every so often, and then from those manholes out to the next section. So it's really the groundwater pressure is higher than the pressure that's in the pipe. So there's this natural tendency for the water to enter the pipe, but not for the wastewater to exit the pipe. Yeah. And we're not, you know, this inflow and infiltration, it's happening through like very small gaps and cracks and that sort of thing. So it's not like these like large openings in the sewer system where you can imagine sewage leaking out. It's through like just the imperfect joint between a manhole and a pipe. You know, there's just that opportunity for water to over time to seep in, especially when the groundwater pressure is just a little bit higher.
I was just going to make another comment to that to say that it's the infrastructure that keeps on giving. When you deal with one situation where you have I&I, there's probably more 2 or 3 popping up somewhere else, right? So it's really hard to obviously have 100% sealed system. It's just the reality of this type of infrastructure.
Shelley, how are they detected? Like how does it come to your attention, like on your system?
Well, we camera the lines to find out what the sewage is. And then we had flow data gators in the mains as well, just to collect flow to see the difference between summer flow and winter flow as well. So we haven't had those in for a while, but probably something that we should be definitely looking into again.
Thank you.
Sheila Carey here. Can I comment on I&I?
Yes, please.
Yes, someone asked how we compare to other locations. I realize my information's a little out of date because I've been retired for 10 years, but I worked for 20 years at the wastewater treatment plant in Kelowna. I think I&I was somewhere in the neighborhood of maybe 10% of daily flow. The concept of the flow tripling from summer to winter is just mind-boggling. Our flow was lower in the winter because it was higher in the summer due to all the tourists coming into town. I realize this is a lot drier location. I don't know how we compare to other island locations, but I find the I&I here to be just absolutely astounding. That's about all I can say about it for now.
Thanks for that.
May I
Yes.
again? So in the summertime, the sewage is more concentrated. In the wintertime, it's more dilute. So naively, wouldn't you think that the treatment required in the wintertime would be less intensive and you could actually push the stuff through a lot faster? You wouldn't need to treat it as much because it has been diluted. And it will ultimately be diluted when it gets in the ocean. So doesn't it make life easier in the wintertime for treatment?
I'm gonna turn that one over to Reed for sure.
Well, just a couple points on for the winter time. Yes, definitely more diluted coming in. You have the biological process slows down in the winter because everything's colder and the biomass replicates slower. So you have a little bit of a slower capacity to treat. But the main problem is the hydraulics of the tanks. It's the amount of flow coming in, not necessarily the strength of the wastewater. We don't actually have a problem making our permanent in the winter. It's the rain events and washout potential of the biomass. It's the issue. And on the INI, just to be clear for the winter, it's not 3 times flow all the time. It's that's definitely storm events. We're just over the last few days, we're around 16,000 cubes through the plant, and summertime dry weather flows are 12,000 cubes. So it's very flashy. When you get big rainstorms, the flow picks up quite quickly. So when it's cold out and it's not raining, we can see summer flows in the winter. It is very much a consequence of the rain events and high water table.
Jim?
I'd just like to make one more comment. I know we're running short on time, but we've been talking about infiltration, but there is also inflow, the first part of INI. And I think it's an area that needs a lot more work done because inflow can contribute a heck of a lot of flow into the system. And a quick example, way back when I did a quick tabletop calculation of people's sump pumps in their basements that are pumping into the sanitary system can contribute a significant amount of flow, and also household leaders off gutters and that type of thing. So that's the other half of INI is the inflow, and it can be significant.
Thanks. So we're going to turn it over to Derek, or you have a final word?
Well, the only final word is, even though, like Reed said, the peaking factor, it's really not that high all of the time. The trouble with the peaking factor is you need to design for it. So even if it only happens once in the winter during a crazy rain event, you need to design for that. So it becomes the kind of that peak design criteria. So the more we can do to reduce it, the better. And we'll talk more about that as this goes on.
I'm sorry, we're not turning it over to Jerry, you're turning it over to Mike. Oh, the clicker.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'm Mike Deslitz. I'm an engineer with WSP Canada. We're pulling together the stage 3 liquid waste management plan for the CVRD. Today I have the pleasure of giving you all a couple presentation. The second one's actually got a whole section dedicated to I&I, so I think I can probably skip that section now, which would be good. But this first part of the first presentation here is to give everyone a recap on the stage 1 and 2 liquid waste management plan that was completed in 2019, 2020, yeah, 2020. So what I'm gonna do is provide just a general overview of the process, and then touch on the main components of the stage 1 and 2 liquid waste management plan, which were with the wastewater treatment, resource recovery, and conveyance. So, so a lot of you are probably wondering, what exactly is a liquid waste management plan? And really what it is it's a method, it's a planning method that allows a community to develop long-term specific, community-specific solutions for managing its liquid waste. As you probably all know by now, it's a long-term, multi-year process, involves a lot of planning, engineering, and consultation, and has the two primary goals, which are established by the Ministry of Environment, of protecting public health and the environment, and allowing for a process to properly consult the public. And apologies, I got a lot to cover today, so I'm going to go a little bit quick, but if any questions at any point, please feel free to interrupt me. So another part of liquid waste management plans is very important to understand the regulatory context. So you know, these liquid waste management plans are really a regulatory tool, or can be seen as a regulatory tool, which fall under provisions of the BC Environmental Management Act. And the approval of the liquid waste management plan through the Environmental Management Act provides two main things. It provides community with the authorizations needed for discharging its liquid waste to the environment. And it also allows local governments to borrow money for the projects included in a liquid waste management plan. The key requirements here, again, are set by the Ministry of Environment, that there has to be an adequate process for consultation with the public, other stakeholders, and First Nations. And the liquid waste management plan must also comply with the regulations, the key one being here the BC municipal wastewater regulations. The ministry also has developed a guideline for the preparation of the liquid waste management plan, which provides an overall framework for communities to follow. And there's an expectation that those guidelines are also considered for approval of the plan. So the process. So here's just like a excerpt from the liquid waste management planning guidelines from the Ministry of Environment. Generally, the liquid waste management plans follow a three-stage process. In the case of the CVRD, stages 1 and 2 were combined. And it all kind of starts off with local governments deciding, hey, you know, we're going to take on this long-term liquid waste management plan, and passing a council or regional board resolution to complete it. The second part of it is establishing the advisory committees that that we're all all of you are part of today. Also is determining the scope of work. So what are the priorities? And then going through kind of a cyclical process of developing options for each of the planning components, evaluating the options, and then going through this public this consultation process with the TACPAC, the public, and First Nations. And then finally concludes with submission to the ministry and a final resolution to accept the liquid waste management plan by the local government. So that's sort of 10,000 foot level overview of what a liquid waste management planning process is. And again, important thing to remember is it's stepwise. It's you know, develop priorities, develop options, evaluate options, select options, and consult with the public and other stakeholders. So the stage 1 and 2 report was mainly focused on the three main planning components: wastewater resource recovery and the major conveyance project, which a lot of you are familiar with. And and let's see here. Mainstream planning components. Yeah. Oh yeah, sorry. And it was really intended to focus on that consultation component. The scope of work for the stage 1 and 2 liquid waste management plan is kind of starting from the beginning, really defining the plan area, which is the Comox Valley Sewer Service, reviewing all the historical information, again, establishing the TACPAC, establishing the goals and objectives, the options, and evaluation and selection of the preferred options. So here's just a quick overview of the 3 main components. Again, treatment, resource recovery, and conveyance. And stepping through here, we have sort of the first blue arrow is the long list of options, kind of everything that's potentially viable, identifying those, developing those, and evaluating them. And then from there, developing a short list, what are the best options? And then from there, through the consultation process, selecting the preferred options. A big part, initial part of the stage 1 and 2 plan was to establish the community specific goals and objectives. And these were developed by a lot of you here today, which focused on the 5 main categories here: the technical, affordability, economic, and environmental benefit, and social benefit. And my understanding is that these objectives were kind of tailored for each of the 3 main planning components and incorporated some of the major public feedback themes, such as protection of the environment and not negatively impacting the environment. Also considered the main CVRD planning documents, like the official community plan. And again, key part of it is also the regulatory requirements. Okay, so yeah, question.
Something that's, excuse me, as a CVRD plan, right? And I understand that the Comox Valley sewage system is different than CVRD. A great amount of CVRD waste does not enter a conveyance system. It is septic processed. And I'm wondering about how does, and I know in our sewer extension south TACPAC, we talked a lot about doing nothing is not an option. And that there would be, we would benefit from having regulations, bylaws associated with septic fields and making sure that they were not impacting the environment. I'm just wondering how that fits into the bigger liquid waste management plan, and indeed if this is the appropriate time to talk about it, or if there's another time that would be worth talking about.
Yeah, thanks for your question. So questions about regulation of on-site septic systems, and right, and how those incorporate into the overall liquid waste management plan. So what I can say is the on-site septic systems are regulated by Island Health. So there's a whole regulation governing those. The CVRD does have some information on sort of best practices around septic systems, and I think it's called the Septic Smart. For the stage 1 and 2 report, I don't think it was really a main consideration, like the on-site septic system. The focus was mainly on the main wastewater treatment plant and the conveyance and resource recovery options. But the South Addendum, I think, probably did include a lot of that, which I think there's going to be a recap on today as well.
Derek, can you give us an update on that? Or bring us up to speed?
Yeah, certainly I can bring you up to speed during my presentation on the South Addendum process, but generally for liquid waste management plans, one of kind of the first things you do is choose the plan area. So the area that you're going to be kind of planning future improvements for. And for this particular plan, that area was the service area for the CBSS. So the Courtenay Comox area and then the added south area following initiation of this planning process. So that's why we spoke about septic systems and their management for the south area, but not generally kind of outside of that plan area for this particular process.
So Jerry, will you come back to that in your south? Okay, so maybe we can put a pin in it for a moment.
I just had a question from online, if that's okay for folks.
Yeah, that please do. Go ahead.
Awesome. Yeah, I was just wondering about the categories. If those were just categories of all the things that are kind of considered, or if there's some sort of inherent prioritization in those values that are shown in the categories, or some sort of ranking of them.
Is that
Down a little bit further. Yeah, sorry, down a little bit further. I think it's your last slide before the.
okay?
Well, just if I could just
Those
at a
ones there,
really
those categories.
at a really simplistic level, say that those categories were determined by the TACPAC. My recollection is correct, and then the options were rated based on a weighted system. So, you know, I was just going to mention too that the CVRD website has a lot of the detailed information about this process online if you want to go and take a look at it. Don't know if you want to add anything, Mark?
Yep. Maybe just to say that like these categories are like, you know, you can see a lot of the sort of triple bottom line approach here, like cost, environment, social. So these are like, you know, kind of a typical way that these projects are evaluated and sort of built off of that system. But it was the job of the PACTAC in the previous work that they did to determine the weighting for each of these categories. So they definitely went through, yeah, I think they were guided through a process where they discussed and debated the benefits of technical versus affordability versus economic, environment, social. So they came up with a ranking system, and all of the options that were discussed and presented were put through that system, and you know, a score was developed for them. So that's kind of how it worked.
Yeah, and Mark, actually, I have a couple slides here that actually show the tailored categories and the further definition of the categories with the weighting for each of the planning components. So we'll walk through that a little bit more to answer your question, Caitlin.
And can I just suggest, because I don't know how many slides you have, but maybe we could take a break at 10:30. So if you can carry on, and then we'll just take a little break.
This might be a good part to take a break, or sorry, 7 more minutes. That's lots of time to go through this section.
Perfect.
Okay, so this section is focused on the wastewater treatment options planning component. So Mark has already given a pretty good overview of the Comox Valley Water Pollution Control Center and what's all the infrastructure there, and touched on how it needs to be expanded, and which is one of the key reasons for embarking on this liquid waste management plan. So really, the main focus for the wastewater treatment options review during the stage 1 and 2 report was to decide on the level of treatment and capacity of the treatment plant for future upgrades. It followed a two-step process. Stage 1 was kind of looking at this idea of a long list of options, developing the goals and evaluation matrix, which we'll see, and then providing some conceptual definitions to what the options could look like. And then stage 2 is looking at the long list, eliminating any options that didn't meet the overall goals and objectives, to develop this short list, and then with that short list, further developing those options, putting some more detail around them, developing cost estimates, and then evaluating them and selecting a preferred option. So here's the final goal and evaluation matrix for the treatment that was used during the stage 1 and 2 liquid waste management plan. Yeah, big focus was on technical here, and environmental and affordability. I think some of you probably know this better than I, so I won't dwell on this too long.
Yeah, sorry, just to respond to the question, you can see the technical total was 30 and it was distributed between 3 factors, the weighting being 10, 15, and 5. And that weighting was determined by the TACPAC in each of those cases. And you can see there's almost an equal split between technical, economic, and environmental. So 30, 30, 25, and there must be one more down at the bottom there. I can't remember. You can't quite see it. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, yeah, social benefit, that's right. So this is a summation of as those of you who were with us, I mean, it was a long process to get there.
Yeah, and then, you know, a lot of this is the real work that, you know, everyone that's here volunteers to do and dedicate your time to. So, well done. So here's just a quick overview of the options. So 4 options, kind of organize this into a simplified matrix. So basically on the left-hand side, the 2 rows are the level of treatment for each option. The first row is secondary treatment with disinfection. And then the second row is advanced treatment with disinfection. And then stepping across to the columns is where the proportion of the flows receiving that level of treatment. So the first set is looking to treat flows up to 2 times the average flows, that kind of what we touched on during the discussion around I&I. And then the second column here is treatment of all flows to the treatment. So everything, including this, you know, 3 times average flows peaking wet weather flow. Option 1 was removed after the long list review. It's just vanished because it was determined by the TACPAC to represent a step down from the current level of treatment at the facility. So, at the conclusion of the wastewater treatment options evaluations, it was determined that option 2 here, which was to provide secondary treatment with disinfection for all of the flows, was the preferred option to guide future upgrades. Some of the considerations included here were that advanced treatment, although it's beneficial and improves the environment, is not a current regulatory requirement. So that's why that didn't move ahead. Although part of the preferred options was to allow for the treatment plan to incorporate future addition of advanced treatment technologies if and when required. And that's the conclusion of the wastewater treatment. Very quick, but if anyone has any questions before we take a break, happy to answer them.
Questions? Any comments from those of you who went through that process with us? Would you do it again? Okay, could I ask you, just because we're running a little late, could I ask you for a 10-minute break? We'll reconvene at 22. There's coffee here and there's some treats. Help yourselves, and we'll reconvene at 22. I hope everybody got coffee. Can call you back here. Come on, you guys over there, you're having too much fun. I was remiss in introducing Zoe. So Zoe, if you wouldn't mind just telling us who you are.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe, and I'm a senior engineering analyst at the CVRD. So I've been helping Chris and Mark and working with Mike on development and path forward on the stage 3 LWMP.
My apologies. So we're going to go back and hear part 2 of Mike's presentation.
Continuation of part 1. So yeah, pick up where we left off here. So again, we're recapping the stage 1 and 2 report that was previously completed. We'll go over the resource recovery options now. Oh.
You got turned off.
Oh. There you go. Okay, here we are. Okay, so resource recovery. You know, what is resource recovery here? So this is, you know, kind of the idea of turning, you know, liquid waste to resources. There's a lot of resource within wastewater. There's nutrients, there's potential for energy, there's potential to reuse some of the treated water instead of just sending it all out to the ocean. So this part of the liquid waste management plan really focused on determining viable options and a plan forward for deciding on which resource recovery options to include in the long-term planning for the treatment plan, because that's really where the resource recovery happens. So the process here was, again, followed the same as the wastewater, developing a long list and evaluation of the long list, but this one was slightly different because resource recovery is not, while they're promoted, they're not mandatory, and a lot of time they're dependent on the scale of the treatment facility. There's really an economy of scale when it comes to resource recovery, if you will. And it also is not resource recovery options are not mutually exclusive. So it's not just selecting one option. It could be no options or multiple options. So here's just a quick review of the options here. Again, reclaim water at the top. This is really using the treated water, although it's you know, it's not treated to a level that you can drink it, but you can treat it to a level that it could be used for non-potable uses, either within the treatment facility or outside users for irrigation, for example. Heat recovery, the raw sewage and the treated sewage, treated effluent has a lot of heat. It's within it, and you can recover that heat and use it to heat either the treatment plant, or some larger facilities have even used recovered heat to provide district heating to houses in the surrounding areas. Biogas production as option 3 here. Again, there's a lot of methane, you probably all know, and just harvesting that and using it either to produce energy or produce heat. Beneficial use of biosolids. The CVRD is already composting its solids with the Skyrocket compost product. Was a prime example of that. Nutrient recovery, option 5 here. This is really looking at nitrogen and phosphorus, which, if there's any gardening enthusiasts in the room, you probably know that those are key for gardening. So there's technologies and treatment and processes to actually extract the nitrogen and phosphorus and from the wastewater. And finally, option 6 here, the outfall, big pipe going out to the ocean. Some facilities have a real option or potential to put a turbine on that pipe and generate electricity. Quick overview here again of the goals and evaluation matrix. Can see here kind of big, again, there was kind of big focus on technical and affordability. Because they're non-mandatory, you know, there really has to be a good business case and feasibility for actually spending the money on the equipment needed to implement these resource recovery options. There's also a good focus on economic and social, because these resource recovery can have real tangible community benefits, like impacts on the local economy, for example. So kind of just the conclusion here, kind of some of the key conclusions resulting from the evaluation of resource recovery options. The treatment plant, we've heard here already today that the outfall has some limitations in terms of the elevation. So hydroelectricity generation was not a viable option. Nutrient recovery also was determined not to be a viable option because it's really dependent on the economy of scale and also the treatment process currently in use at the facility. Really, you need a very, very large treatment plant to justify the cost of implementing the infrastructure. Biogas also was currently not feasible due to scale as well, and also treatment process currently in use. The treatment plant would have to add significant additional infrastructure, and the amount of biogas, because of the size of the treatment plant, just wasn't quite there yet to meet that economy of scale. Heat recovery was a potential, and Class A compost, Skyrocket, is already being done and should continue. And probably the main thing that came out of this was that reclaimed water was determined to be the most viable, but to focus on reusing reclaimed water within the treatment plant, because there was a survey done, but there were no real current outside users, large irrigation users within a reasonable distance to justify the infrastructure investment. So yeah, reclaimed water for in-plant use. And there was a decision made to undertake a business case further analysis and a business case during the master plan work that we'll hear about today, and also further consider other options for resource recovery, such as heat recovery, which was potentially viable also during the master plan and finalization of the stage 3 liquid waste management plan. Okay, that brings us to conveyance, which I think you all probably know a lot about. It's currently going on today, and so I'm gonna just go through this really quickly. I don't know if is there a separate conveyance update? No? Okay, so maybe I'll touch a little bit more on it, but so this is the major conveyance project, which during the stage 1 and 2 report, the real focus here was determining the best route and construction methods for replacement of that existing foreshore infrastructure that Mark was talking about earlier. All of you are probably familiar with this. Again, followed the same process: long list, short list, evaluation, selection, according to the goal and evaluation matrix that was developed by the TACPAC. And just to wrap it up here, option 2, which was a combined trenching tunnel option completed in a single stage, was selected. However, during the process, conveyance upgrades were identified as a big priority due to the urgent environmental risk, and the conveyance project was actually taken out of the liquid waste management planning process, and entered into this alternate approval process to fast track implementation, which was completed in 2021. And I understand that the conveyance project is currently underway. Yes. Okay. So more key thing here on the conveyance is that it's now been taken out of the liquid waste management plan, so it's not going to be carried into stage 3, which is the remaining work that we still need to do. And I just have a quick summary here. I'm just going to go through it quickly. Again, we saw the preferred options for wastewater treatment and conveyance were established. We also saw that a reclaimed water was to be further assessed as the best resource recovery option. Some other key outputs or decisions and recommendations from the stage 1 and 2 is that the process for applying for what's called the operational certificate for the treatment plant needs to start. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. And also that the CVRD needs to complete an updated environmental impact study to support the operational certificate application process. Another key outcome that was determined to be needed to guide finalization of the stage 3, the next stage here, was to develop and finalize a master plan to really determine what the upgrades to the treatment facility are going to look like, and also to establish the costs associated with that, because that's a key requirement for approval of the liquid waste management plan. And that's yeah, that was it that was those 3 slides in a nutshell. So yeah, that was the stage 1 and 2. That's kind of where you all were, and we're going to discuss a little bit further where we are now and where we're going.
Great questions. I know that's a lot of information, and it was a multi-year process summed up in 45 minutes. Any questions at this point? Okay, so the other piece of this puzzle that got pulled out.
Sorry, Allison, if I can just say one thing. Zoe reminded me that the CVRD website has, a very good web page on the liquid waste management planning process, and kind of steps through annually all the work that's been done. I'd recommend anyone that wants any more information to review the CVRD web page on the liquid waste management plan.
Yeah, I'll echo that too. And I just say that, when I first got involved in this process, we started, going down in a direction, but there were these pieces like the conveyance that got pulled out, and there were a couple of other things. And then the other thing was the South Addendum, another kind of subset to the overall process. So that's what Gary's going to talk about now.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so today I just have a few slides for you, just to review progress to date on sewer servicing for the south region of the CVRD, kind of how it fits into the overall liquid waste management plan process that we've just been discussing, and kind of where we're at with that project and what's still to come. So I just wanted to start at the beginning with the why. So what is the need for sewer service in the south? First, there's a risk to Baines Sound, which is a very important natural area in the Comox Valley. Baines Sound produces about 70% of BC's cultured oysters, and holds very important cultural, economic, environmental, and recreational value for the region. And as Ian mentioned, before around septic systems, the poorly functioning septic systems in the south area do pose an environmental and public safety risk. That risk is mainly caused by aging and failing systems. So during the development of the South Liquid Waste Management Plan addendum, we heard from Island Health that about 60% of the systems in Royston and about 70% of the systems in Union Bay are more than 25 years old, and that many of the occupied properties in the area do not have record of a permitted septic system at all. So there are also poor conditions in the area. The ground conditions and high density of housing do also create a greater risk for on-site septic systems to fail. There's also an existing hub with potential for future growth. So there's an existing population that would benefit from servicing, but also once serviced, the area can expect growth. There's also benefits to existing residents. So connecting to a regional community wastewater system will provide residents with that higher quality of wastewater treatment and also offer cost savings over the long term. And during the addendum process, we did review some of those cost comparisons between the long-term use of septic systems and moving to a community wastewater system. And also, this new regional system will serve Comox First Nation, fee simple and intended treaty settlement lands in the south, for which development and economic growth will be a very important part of reconciliation. So just a little bit of background on some of the past milestones and moving towards a regional sewer system, which includes the south area. So in 2018, following a request put forward by our Electoral Area Services Committee, the Sewage Commission, which is the governing body for the sewer service, agreed to move forward with an assessment of extending sewer services south. This included analysis of technical, financial, and regulatory impacts. So upon review of this assessment, which really showed no significant impact given the current capacity upgrades that were already being planned for the service, the Sewage Commission agreed to receive wastewater from Electoral Area A and Comox First Nation Southlands. And this is what really opened the door for community consideration of the extension of regional sewer services south. Following this decision in February of 2021, the CVRD and Comox First Nation ratified a community benefit agreement, which commits both parties to working together collaboratively on sewer service for the South region. So this agreement provided for much needed upgrades to the regional system, while also supporting the growth and economic development plans of the Comox community. So with that approval for the extension of services in place in August of 2022, the CVRD board adopted an amendment to bylaw 2541, which is the Comox Valley Sewerage Service Establishment bylaw, which essentially took in those areas in the south that Mark pointed out earlier to be included within those service area boundaries. This amendment essentially formalized the extension of regional services south, allowing for that environmental protection of Baines Sound And with that expanded service area, a consideration of the Sewer Extension South project could now be made within the context of the regional liquid waste management plan that was currently underway at the time. So this slide we showed quite a few times throughout the development of the addendum, but for some of you it will be new. So in June of 2022, planning for the Sewer Extension South project was rolled into the liquid waste management plan for the Comox Valley Sewer Service. And at the time, I think this committee was well underway, and the final Comox Valley Sewer Service Stage 1-2 report was in development for submission to the province. So as a result of kind of where that process was at, the decision was made to further develop that South Extension project through a separate addendum to the Stage 1-2 plan, with then the intention to merge the two processes at Stage 3, which is where we're at right now. So this slide just shows a map of the proposed extension of sewer services south. As you can see, the expanded regional system would see the addition of essentially three main components. So a 13-kilometer long force main extending from Union Bay to the Courtenay pump station, and neighborhood collection systems and pump stations kind of connecting all of those areas into that force main. In the new system, conveyance infrastructure and major pump stations will become part of the larger Comox Valley sewer system, with the neighborhood collection systems to be kind of built and owned and maintained as separate services. The plan for the project involves a phased rollout because it is a very large project, and there was a need to keep per property costs reasonable. And kind of all of the details, the preliminary design for the project was developed through that addendum process and is detailed in a final Stage 1-2 addendum report that was submitted to the province in the spring of this year for review. And as mentioned, similar to the LWMP website on the CVRD's page, we also have a site for the Sewer Extension South project that has a lot more details, as well as that addendum report for review if anybody's interested in getting more details. So as noted earlier, Comox First Nation is a key partner in this project, and the provision of sewer services, well, sewer and water services to treaty settlement lands in the south of Courtenay will be an important part of reconciliation. So this slide presents a map that was provided to us by Comox, which shows the agreement in principle lands under proposed treaty. The expanded regional system will include service to the Comox lands should treaty be ratified. So the addendum report was developed throughout 2022 and 2023 with the support of a separate public and technical advisory committee, which many of you were a part of. And as I said, the final report was submitted to the province for review this past spring. The report includes 7 sections, which are listed here, that summarize kind of the work completed so far on the project, and is a really great resource for anybody wanting more details. On the webpage, we have also created a kind of a summary of this report that may be a little bit more accessible as kind of a first point of access. Some of the planning components that were not included in the LWMP addendum were already included in the Comox Valley Sewage Service Stage 1-2 plan that Mike just spoke about. So things like reclaimed water, wastewater treatment, and integrated resource recovery were not discussed in this planning process because they were part of that overall plan. And just a little bit on kind of project timelines. So as I said earlier this year, the addendum report was completed and submitted to the province for review to be considered as now part of the overall regional sewer plan for the Comox Valley system. In 2025, we will all be working together through development and review of the Stage 3 LWMP, which will include further design for the Sewer Extension South project. And the final Stage 3 plan is anticipated to be submitted to the province in 2026 for review. And I think Mark's got a slide later on that will review the overall timeline for plan development. And finally, following provincial approval of that Stage 3 plan, currently anticipated for 2027, the CVRD would then have the required authorities to move forward with the implementation of that Sewer Extension South project. And that's all I had, but certainly welcome any questions from those that were not involved in that process or from those that were.
Thanks, John.
Yeah.
How does the status of the Union Bay Estates project impact this?
Yeah, so I guess for those that aren't familiar, the overall capital funding for the Sewer Extension South project involved kind of multiple things. So a $30 million grant from the province, borrowing from the impacted area expected to be connected, as well as partner funding from Comox First Nation and Union Bay Estates. As you're probably aware, Union Bay Estates is currently facing some financial challenges, and we're not sure what the outcome of those challenges are going to be at this point in time. So I would say that we're certainly committed to bringing sewer services to Royston and Union Bay and advancing the project as part of this process. We're hopeful that the foreclosure actions are able to be resolved by the developer. But in the event that they're not, we will be working together with the province and with Comox First Nation to discuss a path forward, certainly recognizing that the project needs to remain affordable for area residents and for our partners.
Any other questions?
Gary, would that mean that should there be significant changes to the committed funding, that there would be a reopening of public consultation, all those sorts of things? Because I think what we learned through our process was that there was generally strong support for the idea of a sewer with some significant concerns, I guess. I'm not sure that's quite the right word about the cost, like, you know, that people were a bit on the edge in terms of, hey, I like this thing, but wow, that costs a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
So would really be interested in what the resolution there might be.
Yeah, thanks, Ian. Yeah, certainly costs were recognized to be kind of a primary concern of area residents. And so any changes to kind of the overall funding structure for the project will be brought back through this process and through a public consultation process to ensure that the community is supportive of the plan moving forward.
Lauren?
I have two questions. One is, and this is probably in the report, but haven't been following it that carefully. Will it be mandatory to join up to this new system, or is it the homeowner's discretion?
Yeah, so the plan right now is to implement a phased approach. So for those areas that will be serviced with community collection systems in each phase, they will be required to connect to the system within a certain period of time, yes.
And then question number two is about the siphon under the river. Is it up to capacity to, as it currently is, to add on the South Sewer Extension?
Yep, that has been reviewed, and our understanding as far as the preliminary design goes is that it does have capacity to accept those flows.
In terms of the grant funding, it's a significant portion of the South Sewer project. I'm wondering how long that will stay on the table for as time goes on and we can't meet these timelines. And I wonder, is there any other option to, in the event that Union Bay Estates is unable to contribute, are there any options to perhaps do a somewhat scaled down system? Like what I'm thinking of is, do as far as Royston to start with and carry on a future date from there. I'm just curious if that's been considered.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are certainly options we will be considering together with our partners if that's the direction we need to go. In terms of the grant, we do need to have some discussions with the province around kind of the extension of timelines around that funding still, but they are very supportive of the project, and we're hopeful that they'll be able to support extended timelines if need be.
It's just never dull in this project, is it?
So back to septic regulations. Are you able to give us an update on the drafted or proposed bylaw with respect to septic inspections and regulation?
Yeah, so for those of you that weren't part of the South Addendum, we also discussed the regulation of on-site septic systems within kind of that south area that wouldn't initially be serviced by community sewer. And it was kind of supported by the committee that there would be some upgraded kind of maintenance and monitoring requirements for those systems moving forward. Additionally, as part of kind of a separate process, the CVRD has been considering septic maintenance regulations for kind of the electoral areas as a whole. So that includes kind of areas north, so area B and C, as well as the expanded area of electoral area A. That is quite a process in terms of gaining the necessary authorities for us to undertake that work. And so as kind of an initial step in that process, we did some initial public engagement in the spring, I believe, just reaching out to those areas that would be impacted and getting some feedback on our proposed regulation that would look at mandatory pump outs and inspections of systems in higher risk areas. The initial feedback that we got from the public was not very supportive of that overall plan. So yeah, we are planning to bring a report back to our electoral area services committee, providing kind of that feedback and looking for some direction on next steps. In order to gain authority to regulate septic systems, we would need to get kind of special approval from the province through an order in council, which would be the next step in the process. So yeah, we'll be looking for direction in terms of how to proceed, if we will be proceeding with that next step, and then kind of where to go from there. But I think that doesn't necessarily change how things may be considered within the liquid waste management plan area. If the committee is still interested in pursuing kind of maintenance requirements for septic systems within that area, that is something that can still be considered as part of this plan.
So I think my question just turned to clarification.
Yeah.
So is it within the purview of this committee to continue to discuss septic systems as a part of an overall liquid waste management plan?
Yes, yeah. So the LWMP, we'd still need special approval from the province, but the LWMP provides us with the authority to kind of implement the bylaws required to take on that authority. outside of the LWMP process, we were looking at a separate elector assent process that would need to happen either through an AAP or a referendum for us to get that authority kind of within the larger electoral areas.
Just as a comment, that it seems to me, as we've discussed a lot of the impetus for this, in that, you know, we have a very sensitive area called Baines Sound, which happens to have multiple threats to it with sewage and shipbreaking. But, you know, given the age of the systems that are down there, and I can't remember the exact statistic, but I think in Union Bay, there is like 60% or 70% of all systems are unknown. We don't know what's there. We do know their soils are not appropriate necessarily for septic systems. We do know that lot sizes are far smaller than would normally be approved for septic systems. I think there's significant risk to dramatic changes to the south part of this, given costs. If Union Bay Estates were to pull out, that it would take perhaps significant time for Union Bay to be able to be involved in this. I don't know what happens to the connection charges that are associated, that come out of this liquid waste management plan, if that area actually is frozen, if you will, for the charges that were included in the costs that were presented to residents. So all of this is really, you know, maybe an appeal to the committee here to say, this is necessary for us to consider this, that entire south area is not in good shape with respect to septic systems, new systems accepted, right? Those that have been new houses that have been built, or those that have been forced to replace their systems already. So I'll get off my soapbox, but that was really where I'm going.
Any other questions? Anything from those that are joining us virtually? Okay, thank you, Derry. I'm going to turn it back to you, Mark.
Great. Okay, thanks, Terry. So that's kind of it for the background, although we're happy to go back and, you know, if more information is required as we go through this process, but that kind of brings us up to the stage 3 work that's underway. So the rest of the presentation and presentations today will talk about kind of what we're doing now and what's planned for the future. So stage 3. So back in November of 2022, so 2 years ago, basically from now, we submitted the stage 1 and 2 report to the ministry for review and comment. And in May of 23, so just a few months after submitting it, the ministry got back to us. They completed their review and provided a letter in response that included a number of comments for consideration when preparing the stage 3 plan. So we spent some time reviewing the letter and getting ourselves kind of ready for beginning the stage 3 process. So just touching on some of the highlights from that letter, the process was encouraged to include a site master plan. So, you know, really focus in on how the Comox Valley Water Pollution Control Center would evolve and grow with the community over time. We were encouraged, and this is kind of a requirement, I think, of the process, but to upgrade all the cost estimates to Class B. So this is really important. As has been mentioned, public consultation is a big part of the process. The public is always interested in understanding the costs, and so you need to have an accurate cost estimate to engage with the public. We're not just kind of deciding one option over the other now. We're actually, you know, honing in on an option and planning to build that in the future. And so our costs need to be as good as they can. Environmental impact study was also a requirement, of course, just to determine as the plant grows over time, we model the future flows and the future conditions of effluent, and we determine what the impact is to the environment and present that. Source control and timing of the outfall replacement. So it's been mentioned a few times. The outfall is at those high tides combined with very high flows to the plant, kind of struggle to get the wastewater out of the plant. So And the outfall is also 45 years old, like everything else. And so we just need a really good plan for what to do with our outfall and when to do it. Source control. So we talked a lot about I&I today. And the ministry has made that a focus point within their comments. Resource recovery, which Mike touched on. So we definitely have taken a close look at resource recovery opportunities and included them where we can within the plan, but there are some limitations just, you know, from where our plant is, kind of where the treated water is compared to the community that could use that water, those sorts of things. So, and cost impacts to users, it ties back to the Class B cost estimate. In our engagement with the public, they'll be interested in understanding how costs are impacted in the future. Of course, continued engagement with First Nations and with this group, and then a plan monitoring committee. So once the plan is approved by the ministry, a committee is established to just support the implementation of the plan, so that it doesn't just become a report on a shelf somewhere. It is implemented over time, and that committee has some responsibility for monitoring that. So this looks a little bit similar to the diagram that Derry showed, but this kind of is a bit of a graphic here to show how we will get to the finalized stage 2 report. So quite a bit of technical work. So at the top here, you can see some process optimization work that we're doing. The site master plan, which I mentioned, which is a kind of separate study that's going on. Detailed design. So the upgrades will be designed in quite a bit of detail, so that we can produce those high accuracy cost estimates. And then on the right, this cost estimates mentioned there. And at the bottom of the chart, you see the South Sewer process coming in, and the outfall report and I&I report. So a bunch of different kind of technical pieces of work happening that all feed into the stage 3 LWMP. And if it wasn't already mentioned, you know, one of the key benefits of completing a LWMP process is that it provides for borrowing approval of the upgrades that are required. Right? So you know, that's a very important part of the process, and a very powerful outcome of the process is that we can, you know, because of the strength of the process, the consultation included in the process, we are then provided the authority to make some of these things happen in terms of borrowing authority. So process optimization. So this is a key piece of work that's underway right now. By improving the existing process, we're hoping to absolutely maximize the capacity of existing tankage that's in place at the plant. So we're working with a process expert to stress test the existing process and, you know, really hone in on what that maximum capacity is. So, you know, the plant, when built, was built to provide a certain flow, a certain level of treatment and capacity of treatment, and it's been optimized and over time, and that's just a continuous process of optimizing. But we're now getting towards kind of the maximum capacity of what's there, and we're just trying to understand exactly how far the existing equipment can be pushed. This included stress testing the tankage over the summer, trialing different chemical additions, and looking at options to the SVI. And this is really important to inform the finalization of the site master plan that I talked about. And I think at this point, turning it back over to Mike, is that right? I think so. Okay, good. Unless there's questions on those couple of slides.
Yeah, we should just take a minute and ask if there are any questions. I also meant to ask earlier, will these slides be on the website or available to the TACPAC members?
I think so,
Yeah, do you normally just load them up
Yeah.
to the website? Okay, great, perfect. So you can go back and look at some of the detail. You know, if you're, can't get to sleep at night. Like,
Oh, wait, I think we did have
Hang
a
on.
question here. Sorry.
Just remind me, I probably just forgot this. So you've got these, the South Conveyance Project, that's, you know, may not be going. You got the plant site, which you're saying, I think I understand it won't be able to handle the new flows from the south, or it's gonna maximize it soon. Are those two tied together financially, or is it just a grant for the South Conveyance Project? And the the actual treatment plant is a separate budget, no linkage to any grants.
You wanna go there?
Sure, yeah. So the South Conveyance Project, kind of the capital requirements to implement that project will be paid, like you said, through grant, through partner contributions, and also through borrowing from electoral area A residents only. So it's the capital requirements of that project will be paid for by the users, so the area A with those additional inputs. The overall, I guess the plant upgrades are, you know, part of the larger Comox Valley Sewerage Service. So those upgrades would be paid for by everybody participating in the service. if
Okay,
that makes
yeah,
sense.
that's
Yeah.
kind of what I thought, but just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
It just maybe building on Gary's, there's sort of two ways that the South participants that newly come into the service contribute towards the treatment plant. So one way is that area A has already contributed a lump sum to kind of pay their way into the service. So there was a calculation made to determine the depreciated value of the assets. And then that value was multiplied by a flow factor for flow coming from the south. And there was a contribution made to kind of pay their way into the existing assets. And that's already happened from the south. And then the second way is when we finally connect properties from the south, there's a charge called the capital improvement cost charge, which is contributed towards the sewer service to kind of pay for your impact on the capacity of the service. So each household pays that as part of the sort of connection charge. So.
And just to clarify, I'm not complaining about, gee, we're paying for your staff. I was just curious how it all works. That's all.
Mike?
I had just one quick question
Sorry,
on those
go ahead.
slides. At what point in time do we get feedback from the ministry on the sewer extension south report, and how does that get folded into this overall process?
Yeah, look, I think review times vary kind of between 6 months to a year generally. But we do expect at some point to get comments back from the ministry, kind of identifying any areas where we may need to give some additional consideration and providing some kind of feedback into kind of moving forward with the design for the project and kind of getting those Class B estimates incorporated into the Stage 3 plan.
And would this combined committee consider that, or would the old committee or some reincarnation of it consider those things?
So the processes are now merged into this larger committee. So this larger committee will consider kind of the updated design and cost estimates for the project. That said, I think given the impact on users in the south, we will be running kind of separate public open houses to update the community on those cost estimates.
Any other
Martin,
questions?
yeah, Martin.
Just on the south extension, I was surprised to see that that's basically just one 13-kilometer fat pipe all the way down the coastline. What I didn't see was any kind of feeder lines coming down the hill into that. And it seemed to me, unlike the density of the conveyancing network in Comox and Courtenay, where you do have these extra little capillary, well, not capillaries, but other arteries that come into the system, why aren't there any shown to supply the land, with a considerable area of land down there? So it seems to me that there's extra costs not accounted for to get the liquids downhill to the shoreline have not been factored into this, or am I right or wrong? Like,
Yeah, so sorry, that was a bit of an oversimplified map, I guess, but essentially showing kind of the main regional conveyance components of that overall plan. There were also collection system designs for the neighborhood communities to connect into that system. And then Comox First Nation and the Union Bay Estates development area would be responsible for their own collection systems to connect in. So there's definitely more pipes, but it is a very linear system. I mean, you can see development is kind of spread out along the coastline there.
has somebody, if I may, has somebody looked at total, just irrespective of who pays, somebody has looked at the total cost for servicing a parcel of land somewhere up the hill in the south? Like, do we have our arms around that? And is it a reasonable number? Like, is it like $100,000 a parcel, or is it, like, you know, what? It
Yeah.
seems like it's going to be quite expensive to access service down there.
Yeah, it's certainly an expensive project, and that's where the grant funding and partner contributions certainly come in and help a lot to alleviate some of those cost pressures for area residents. But yes, to answer your question, those calculations were done and they are part of that LWMP addendum, and they consider you know, borrowing for the capital costs of the project, ongoing operations and maintenance. They bring in that capital improvement cost charge that Mark spoke about as well, and kind of wrap those all up into a per parcel cost, or estimated per parcel cost. And those costs will again be updated as we move towards those higher level Class B estimates and brought back out to the public.
I'll just add too, I mean, as was mentioned earlier, the whole public consultation process was to a great extent focused on those cost estimates and trying to strike this balance between, you know, a costly project and making it possible for property owners. And the TACPAC for the South project spent a lot of time wrestling with that. There was a lot of discussion and angst about it. So again, you know, that detailed information from those meetings, which would have been 2023, I think mostly would all be on the website, right? Yeah. And you know, if you really want, you can watch the videos of the meeting. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, Mike.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, this will just part of the presentation. I'll just provide some updates on what's planned, and just kind of extending off what Mark has presented here. What's planned and what's been done to date for the stage 3 of the liquid waste management plan. And actually, before I start, I just wanted to maybe clarify things. Some of the questions I've heard is, you know, we have all these projects that are going on, and it's kind of hard to piece like where they all fit in together. But really, the good way to maybe think about it is the liquid waste management plan is an umbrella for all of these individual projects: the treatment plant, the South sewer, the conveyance project was, but now it's been removed from outside of the umbrella. But they all fall under this overall liquid waste management planning process. And then once it's approved, they'll become their own projects for implementation, if that helps clarify. But if that didn't, I will confuse the matter a little bit more with my own attempt at a flow chart on the process here. So this is, I just wanted to start off by kind of trying my best to outline the roadmap for the stage 3, and focusing on sort of where we were, where we are now, and where we're going. So we talked about the stage 1 and 2 report, what was done there. And then Mark told us about the comments, so the review and comments that were received from the ministry. So that's the first path in blue there on the left. And then Derry provided us with an update on the South Region addendum, that project. The ministry comments, I'm sorry, I thought they were received, so I mistakenly put them in the complete column here, but those comments will come. And so that's sort of what's been finished. Now, where we're at now is stage 3. And in this stage, we have to address the ministry comments from the stage 1 and 2, which was to incorporate these additional what are called planning components related to source control and I&I, and also the recommendations coming out of stage 1 and 2 were to develop this master plan for the treatment plant to really define what the next upgrade and long-term upgrades actually will look like and what the costs are. So that's another sort of input. And the outfall is another part of that that needs to be further defined and some solutions developed with respect to the outfall. And then the South Region now comes under the umbrella and gets incorporated into the final stage 3 liquid waste management plan. Going from this sort of in progress work, we still have, the TACPAC input, why we're here today to reinitiate the consultation process that will come, kind of finalize. And the 2 main goals of this stage 3 are to finalize the commitments that are going to be put into the stage 3 liquid waste management plan. And to go with that is what's called an implementation schedule. So when are we going to build the South Sewer extension? How much is it going to cost? When are we going to upgrade the treatment plant? How much is it going to cost? And then that all goes into the stage 3 report and gets submitted to the ministry for approval, following the process that we discussed earlier on that you can go back later to if you need to.
I don't know if this is a significant question, but with the conveyance being removed, there's certainly cost elements associated with that. And I understand it being managed outside this process, but at some point it must have to get folded back into the overall cost of system, how does that happen within the process?
Sorry, good question. We definitely have had that conversation with the community on the cost impacts of the conveyance project. So not just isolated on its own, because we did have an alternate approval process for that project. So that process required some information to be presented to the public. So there was definitely total project costs were discussed, impact per year discussed, that sort of thing. I don't think so. I feel like we've kind of had that conversation with the community. The costs that they will see going forward will include that project, but it won't be re-highlighted as kind of part of the picture. But it's, because it's happening now, the costs are there, the borrowing has happened, it will be included in the future in that way.
So in the connection charges, would that have been factored in, like to the South project, for example, that we have an upgraded conveyance system that's coming?
Yes.
We would have considered that as part of the capital improvement costs that were associated with a lot in Union Bay, for example.
Sorry, public service announcement. Anybody driving a brown sub license Janner? Would you mind the construction crew at the corner of wherever you're parked, Harmston? They need to get in where you're parked. Would you be so kind to move it? Thank you.
Is it a good time for a break?
Oh.
Okay, so I'll continue on here. Where was I? So source control. So this is this was one of the one comment that the ministry made from the stage 1 and 2 report is that the during the stage 1 and 2, it was kind of there was a lot bigger things that were more important, like treatment, the conveyance project. So source control was discussed, but not thoroughly enough. So they requested some additional planning around source control program development. What are source controls? Does anyone happen to know? So they're quite literally controlling the discharge of what are called termed problematic pollutants at their source before they enter the sewage system. So these problematic pollutants, the reason they're called problematic is because they can damage the sewage infrastructure, they can upset the treatment process, and they can lead to harm to utility workers and the public as well. Some of these are kind of shown here. We have fats, oils, and grease, pharmaceuticals, toxic substances, industrial, commercial, institutional discharges, not just residential, typically higher strength, non-flushables, and microplastics. So source controls are really focused on best practice and eliminating them at their source, because these, if they end up in the sewage system, the sewage system doesn't deal with them that well, and treatment processes aren't really designed to remove them. So the objectives for source control here, just a quick overview, because of these, keeping in mind that these pollutants are problematic, focus on protecting utility workers, preventing damage to the infrastructure. There's a little photo on the right of a pipe filled with fats, oil, and grease, which is I've seen close to that. Does happen. Protect and improve the quality of biosolids. So again, the CVRD is producing the compost and selling it to the public. Certain contaminants that aren't removed in the treatment process end up in the compost, and it's important to make sure that you're maintaining the quality of that product. Sorry. And protect the wastewater treatment process. As I mentioned, some of these pollutants can upset the treatment process, the biological activity, etc. And ultimately protect the receiving environment, because some of these things like microplastics or pharmaceuticals, some of you may have read recently, these things aren't really removed in treatment by conventional treatment technologies. At least there are options out there, but they ultimately end up in the environment and lead to additional environmental degradation. Kind of the why around this and the drivers for source control. Again, I touched on the first item here, addressing the ministry comments on the stage 1 and 2 report. And this is really the overarching thing here, is to include a commitment to develop a source control program. Second item is meet the ministry guidelines. Because source control is identified as an important component, it's important that it does get, and it is relevant to the CVRD. It's important that it does get addressed in the stage 3 report. The third item here is meeting regulatory requirements. As I discussed, a key part of approval of the liquid waste management plan is meeting regulatory requirements, and the municipal wastewater regulations do have a requirement in there to implement a source control bylaw if a community accepts non-domestic waste. So non-domestic waste are anything other than sewage from households. So we have commercial, we have some light, not a lot, but some light industrial in in the CVRD and some institutional as well. So that's a component. And finally here to, incorporate and address public feedback. During the stage 1 and 2 process, some of you may remember there were some concerns around these, what are called contaminants of emerging concern, these pharmaceuticals, microplastics, etc. There was a review of those done during stage 1 and 2 of the liquid waste management plan. And so, considering source control at this part also, addresses or incorporates that public feedback, which is a key part of this whole process. Okay, so approaches to source control. So how do you actually implement a source control program? So there's 2 main approaches. The first one is educational here. The focus here is really on sort of raising awareness through educational campaigns or mailing material that's distributed to the residents and focused on sort of saying, hey, grease can impact the sewers. Please, avoid putting grease down your drain, or pharmaceuticals can impact wildlife in the receiving environment. Please don't flush your pharmaceuticals down the toilet. So this is really the educational approach, and there's quite a lot of other regional districts and local governments that have done quite a successful job of doing really good educational programs to to implement source control and reduce these problematic pollutants. The second approach here is regulatory. So this is implementing a bylaw. So this is a sewer use bylaw. And it provides for restricting these prohibited substances, can require permits and authorizations at the local level, and allows for monitoring enforcement, typical things that are included within a bylaw. This regulatory approach is mainly focused on that non-domestic component, so these industrial, commercial, and institutional users. So anyways, that's just the overview of the main 2 approaches here. And the work that's being done as part of the stage 3 process is to review what's being done already. So the CVRD does have a current educational program. They have a web page on their website outlining sort of, what are you putting down your pipes, what not to flush. There are actually a number of bylaws already. And because this source control is a regional effort, the town of Comox and Courtenay also have their own sewer regulation bylaws, which touch on aspects of source control, but could use a little bit of harmonization and updating in consideration of this sort of long-term planning that we're doing as part of this liquid waste management plan. We also did a survey of this sort of industrial, commercial, institutional users here, and review of the sources, looking at the plant data, figuring out what is really a concern for the CVRD. Is grease a concern? Are metals a concern? Looking at what those actually are, and then developing the recommendations for what to do, and then finally provide for a consultation process with the TACPAC and the public, and finalize the commitments with respect to source control. The main commitment here being that the stage 3 report should, at the end of this process, commit to developing a framework for an effective source control program, including improved or added source control measures. So the source control program doesn't need to be developed as part of the stage 3 liquid waste management plan, but needs to be a commitment to do that moving forward within a certain time frame after approval of the plan. And it has lots of benefits here. Some that are outlined here can contribute to reduce capital O&M costs, protecting the environment. And again, I think this is a key component for the CVRD, is demonstrating that further action to address the public and stakeholder feedback that we got during stage 1 and 2. And again, to meet the ministry's requirements and expectation for approval of the stage 3 plan. Any questions on source control?
I'm just curious why this is pushed down to the regional or municipal level. It seems to me that source control problems would be pretty consistent across communities, and it feels like, you know, that Comox has one, Courtenay has one, CVRD has one. That's an inefficient use of resources. I'm just curious why it's at this level.
Yeah, so no, it's a good point. You know, a lot of regional districts have moved towards developing an overall kind of regional source control bylaw, because ultimately source control is mainly focused on the treatment side of things, right? And regional districts kind of hold the bag for the treatment, right? So, you know, but at certain points, you know, before, you know, historically, for whatever reasons, you know, municipalities that may or may not have been part of a regional district at one time, it was good practice to have their own source control plans or bylaws to protect their infrastructure. So yes, it's not the most efficient to have multiple, but at a minimum harmonization of all of it, because of within the context of the CVRD, we have these member municipalities that own and operate their collection systems. So I think an important part of the consultation will be to you know, get everyone on the same page with respect to what needs to be done for source control into the future. That hopefully answers your question.
I think it answers it well from what we're doing about it, right? I'm curious why the ministry wouldn't just do their own public consultation or public education and those sorts of things, so that we're not duplicating it 100 times across the province.
Yeah, that's a good question. And there are lots of various sources of kind of educational programs out there, but at least in terms of that educational component, local governments do tend to take a lot of that on.
Mike, can you just give me a hint of where you're at in your presentation?
Geez, I am about a quarter of the way through.
Okay, in the interest of time, can we push on, because we have to hear from Ariel and then Mark at the end,
Certainly
right?
can.
So maybe we can try to hit the high points, and I think, I guess what I would ask, I think if I was a new member to this committee, I'd be wondering, okay, so what's my role in this going to be? So my question to you is, I'm assuming the work done, say, for example, on source control is going to come back to this committee for review. Is that correct? Am I right about that? Yeah. Okay. So this is trying to set the stage that this is going to be part of the work that the TACPAC is going to be reviewing.
Yeah, and I can't answer that fully. Today I've just been asked to kind of provide a kind of refresher and educational update. I think there's still some background decisions that I can't speak on behalf of the CVRD.
Yeah, I got a nod of the head. So we probably have about 15 minutes up, if we could, if you don't mind.
I'll go even quicker than I already am. Okay, so I&I was the second component, major comment from the ministry that I&I needs to be addressed, and specifically because there's also a regulatory requirement in the municipal wastewater regulations to not allow I&I to reach actually two times the average summer flows unless it is addressed as part of a liquid waste management plan. So we already talked a lot about I&I. Here's a few visuals here for some people. And just another little graphic there. The red is kind of the base flow. What is below that is groundwater, and what's above that is rainfall, I&I. So there's quite a big, it varies by location and different conditions, groundwater conditions in the region, but can be quite a large component. In the case of the CVRD, it's 3 times at the highest. And really what it comes down to, we're putting a lot of pipes in the ground, and those cost a lot of money. And we really want to try and minimize that so we don't have to keep on putting new, bigger pipes in the ground and spending all this money. Drivers, very similar to source control, address ministry comments, meet guidelines, meet the BC regulatory requirements, and meet public feedback. And important part here, as we saw during the wastewater treatment options, because the CVRD has committed to treating all flows, and that impacts the size of the treatment infrastructure. Getting this down again is going to be a key part of that. I'm not going to touch on this, but this is the typical components of a staged I&I reduction program that basically follows through developing knowledge, monitoring the system, doing the sewer system assessments, which actually Shelley told us a little bit about what Comox is doing in terms of inspecting and monitoring the flows in their system. And then developing remediation plans and implementing the remediation plans. Again, another big consideration here is the jurisdictional boundaries, because I&I typically occurs within the collection system before it hits that regional collector conveyance system, and the collection systems being owned and operated by the member municipalities. Everyone really needs to, regional collaboration and coordination is also going to be key for I&I. And yeah, so basically similar work plan. We're looking at reviewing flows and I&I rates, reviewing I&I reduction efforts to date that have and are being done by Comox, Courtenay, and the CVRD. Looking at some I&I reduction scenarios as part of the master planning work that's being done as a concurrent process. Developing recommendations, allowing for additional consultation and collaboration, and discussion with the TACPAC, and finalizing the commitments. And someone asked how often the flows are more than our 3 times average dry weather flow, and unfortunately, we can't see it here because of that. That thing that's in front of it, but have it here. That table at the bottom provides a summary. Most recent data that this table was developed on in 2019, there were 4 occurrences where the daily occurrences where the flows were greater than 2 times the average, and the maximum was 3 times greater. So as Reed said earlier, it is fairly infrequent that we do have these peak flows, but you have to unfortunately design for those infrequent events. Again, here not to belabor this too much, but key commitment here is going to be to initiate a staged I&I reduction program that'll be a collaboration effort between the CVRD and member municipalities. Any questions?
Oh, we're good. Carry on.
Okay, next part is about the operational certificate, which Mark touched on here. So this is for the treatment plant for the Comox Valley Water Pollution Control Center. In the background here, there's a graph showing the daily flows and there's a current permit. It's very old, or not very old, but it's old. And basically you could see that red line and the dots above the red line are days when that permitted flow has been exceeded. So part of the big driver for this whole process is that we need to update the discharge authorization for the treatment plant, obtain a larger maximum flow, permitted maximum flow. So that's provided through this operational certificate process. And so just a little bit of a review on the status. This follows a staged approach. The preliminary application has been submitted. That's complete. We had a preliminary application meeting with the ministry to discuss the application, gain feedback from the ministry. That's been completed. And the development of the environmental impact study terms of reference, which is a key part of key requirement for approval of the operational certificate, has been completed, and also a notification to First Nations is also a key requirement that's also been completed. And the part we're in progress is really completing these inputs. So you can imagine getting a new permit to discharge treated water to the ocean is probably a fairly important approval process, and the ministry likes to see full details and lots of inputs go into that final application, which include these studies some of these studies that we've talked about today, which will be the process optimization, the master planning for the treatment plant, completion of the environmental impact study, which I'll talk about next, and the detailed design for the next stage of upgrades. These all these separate pieces provide inputs that go into this what's called an information requirements table. And then once that's all completed, that'll allow final submission of the application to the ministry. And key outcome, a new discharge authorization for the Comox Valley Water Treatment Pollution Control Center through an operational certificate. Any questions?
Again, I'll just ask the question. So each of these pieces will come back to this committee in some form. Is that the intention, right? Yeah, okay. And then we would provide a recommendation to the sewage commission at the end, or comments and recommendations at the end? Yeah, okay, thank you. Right.
I think I saw that the maximum volume allowed to be discharged into the strait was it like 20,000 cubic meters a day or something of that order? Was that the number?
Reed, do you know the exact number?
So
Yeah, it's 18,500.
Okay, so what is the environmental or physical or engineering reason for having, you think, I know it's not your responsibility, but why would they put a cap on it? Like, why are we not allowed to discharge as much as we need?
Yeah, I can answer that, Martin, and it's because of a key part of the quantity of the discharge is it affects the receiving environment. So when a treatment plant gets approved initially and obtains a permit, it has to go through this environmental impact study, which I'll discuss next, and that's largely dependent on the amount of flow being discharged. So that's why, limits are generally set and they need to be updated over time because communities grow. So, and that's why we have to redo the environmental impact assessments and get new authorizations.
So we're doing some environmental damage as we flush onto the sea bottom there that is somehow quantified and evaluated.
Well, the goal is to not have any impacts and to release treated effluent in accordance with the regulations. But this has to be reviewed as part of the process to make sure that there are no environmental impacts, or if there are, that additional treatment features are incorporated to eliminate them.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would
ahead.
the new operational certificate change the quality criteria? To go, like currently it's a 645 or 45,
Yes,
45?
it will actually, and because the operational certificate is gonna follow the relatively new municipal wastewater regulations, which was came out after the original plant was permitted, so there's more stringent criteria currently.
And I'm guessing as part of the EIS, there would be an assessment of whether or not the outfall location is in an area of shellfish production.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. And next section here is touching on the environmental impact study. I believe. Yes, okay. So environmental impact study. So extending off the last section here, this is a requirement for as part of the operational certificate application process, and it's really going to consider in line with Martin's question, the increase in flows into the future. So we're looking at a 40 to 60 year growth in period for growth in flows when looking at the environmental impacts. To just try and, I won't be able to really there's a lot to talk about here. I won't really be able to do it justice with the time allowed. But I just want to say the main goal here, again, to reiterate, is that there's no human health or environmental effects from the discharge of the treated wastewater to the ocean. There's a couple charts here. The one actually on the bottom is, I believe, is shellfish, potential shellfish areas. And so that it is within a certain proximity that we do need to treat wastewater to shellfish standards. The EIS is completed in stages. I talked about the development of the terms of reference. So this is really defining, what the scope for the environmental impact study. And then the next stage is what's called a stage 1 EIS. And this is a desktop review, looks at available information and does a initial impact assessment that's based on dilution modeling. So we saw the video earlier of how a contaminant kind of disperses through the ocean. So that gets done as part of this stage. And then what's called a present status receiving, or what we're calling, in this case, it's usually called a pre-discharge monitoring program. But since we're already discharging, we're calling this a pre-status receiving environmental monitoring program gets developed to conduct additional sampling during stage 2 to really develop that baseline data of what the current levels of pollution are within the receiving environment, and then also updating the impact assessment dilution modeling, and developing a ongoing receiving environmental monitoring program to make sure that to continuously monitor after approval that the discharge is meeting the original intents and not harming the environment. Yeah, and that second stage, the first two parts are complete, and that second stage is scheduled for 2025. Oh, but I did want to mention here, there's some potential adjustments to be made here based on some work that's being done as part of the master plan or master planning work, or maybe it's a separate to the master plan, but related to the master plan. And which I think may be discussed today. There's time. And that's it. And should I skip the outfall? I was going to talk about the outfall a little bit today, but I think that'll be touched on at a later time and possibly another presentation.
Right. Any questions of Mike about what he's presented?
Sorry I took so long. It was a lot to cover.
There's a lot to cover
and,
there.
Not a lot of time, so try to
Okay.
at least scratch the surface there for everyone, and to be continued.
Well, it's a little, yeah, it's a little preview of what's to come, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe like Allison's mentioned it a few times and prompted me to confirm it, but that it's important to know that that was just a preview, right? So each of these studies will be brought back here. Will probably be provided to the committee beforehand, so you can read through it and you know, come kind of prepared to discuss it and hear the presentation. So don't worry, like that wasn't the presentation on those studies. It was just introducing the fact that these pieces of work are all happening and they will be coming back. And that's.
I think I'm gonna turn it back to you, Mark. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate you adapting too.
Well, maybe, so the next item on the agenda is a presentation by our other consultants on the work that they're doing on the phase 1 upgrades. So Allison, what should we do? Should we go into that and then take our lunch break, or should we?
How long is that chunk of presentation, do you think?
Yeah, Piero, can you just give us an idea?
So, yeah. So can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
So the good news is, so I logged in around 10 o'clock and I was able to hear a lot of the discussions and the presentations. And there's a lot of what I'm presenting has already been presented. So I think it'll go quite fast. But I'm curious, or I'm interested in receiving feedback or questions. I think that would 10 or 15 minutes, I think would be what I think that I'd need.
Carry on.
Push through?
Yeah. We'll carry on.
Okay, great.
And then
Awesome.
this piece, I understand, is quite short at the end,
Yeah, it is very short.
right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so maybe push on.
Okay. All right. So
And
Sean.
you know what, if the questions are so awesome and great, then we'll pause at 12:30, go get lunch and ask you to come back and we'll have a working lunch. How's that?
Yeah.
So you have 15 minutes. We'll see how that goes.
okay, thanks,
Okay, I
Piero.
can
So
appreciate-
over to you. Yeah.
I can appreciate that there's been a lot of information, right? Can you see that okay?
No, we can't.
Oh, here we go.
There we
How's
go.
that? Okay. So a lot of information
Perfect.
that's been presented. It's a huge project with lots of moving parts. So
Sorry, Piero, sorry to interject, but maybe could I just ask you to introduce yourself?
Oh, okay. So my name is Piero Galvano. I work for Corollo out of the Kelowna office, and I'm a wastewater process engineer, and kind of working as a project manager on this kind of delivery of master plan, and preliminary design for some of the process upgrades.
Thank you.
Okay. So the objective here was just to provide a summary of the work that we're doing, but more importantly, to show the relationship to the liquid waste management plan and the delivery of the upgrades to the treatment plant. So with that, I'll just get into it. So this is the flow chart that Mark, or a similar flow chart that Mark had put up. So I wanted to use this as a way to describe where we fit into it. So these are all the tasks that work that's needed to deliver the phase 4 upgrades to the treatment plant. So first of all, we want to finalize the site master plan. And the site master plan is the document that will, or the component of the document that will identify what needs to be upgraded, specific unit processes, as well as the timing of those upgrades to meet the population growth. And then, as was alluded to, right, like really what we want is, in order to inform the liquid waste management plan scheduling of costs, we want a good cost estimate. And so we want to develop some preliminary designs of the upgrades to be able to get that Class B estimate. And then the South Sewer report has been talked about. So we want to, as part of the stage 2 liquid waste management plan, that South Sewer was a known unknown in terms of connection. So now we have the liquid waste management plan in place. So we want to incorporate the service population from the South Sewer area into the planning for the upgrades. And then there is another assumption that we need to revisit on the original liquid waste management plan stage 2 population projection, and that's around the impact of Bill 44, which I have a slide for. And then finally, there were some recommendations in the liquid waste management plan around developing it, and Michael had kind of described them, a business case for improving biosolids use and best way to utilize that waste heat and reclaimed effluent. So the cost and benefits. So with that, I'll just go in. I'll just have some slides, just a one-page slide, just to quickly review some of the deliverables that we will be doing over the next few months. So going back to the population, the service population forecast, this is super important. It's the foundation of both of the planning and design. So we want to revisit that, incorporate the South Sewer area. But the Bill 44, which was passed this year, eliminates single-family zoning. And so the expectation is that the population growth is going to change a bit. So we want to incorporate that into the planning. So revisit the service population forecasts. And then I&I heard a lot about I&I, which is great. I have just a couple of slides on I&I because I think it is an important consideration. So this is this is data from 2023, just shows the summer dry weather flow, right? So this is what wastewater treatment plant flow should look like. And it's very typical of wastewater treatment plants, and it's kind of the collective, all our collective habits is how I like to characterize it. So when you look at the entire year, you can see, we get a lot of, and the horizontal orange line is the 2 times average dry weather flow. That is the threshold in the municipal wastewater regulation. So you can see the plant does kind of exceed the 2 times average dry weather flow. However, kind of Reed pointed out, it's peaky, right? So you might not see the 2 times average dry weather flow for the entire day. It might just be for an hour. So this is hourly data, so it's very high resolution data. But one of the objectives of the master plan that we're working on is to is to understand what proportion of the cost to upgrade is really motivated by the wet weather flow. So, and there was some discussion around, it's dilute wastewater. It's got to be, cheaper to or easy to treat. But the reality is, you need the tanks to do that, and there is an additional cost, and so the objective is to try and tease that out of the cost estimates. Heat recovery, so we can use heat pumps, not unlike residential heat pumps that heat some houses, except instead of taking heat from the air, we're taking it from the effluent, and it's a liquid, so stays at a relatively high temperature. So there's lots of heat, and there's a lot of energy embodied in that effluent. So we want to find the most cost-effective way to utilize that renewable energy. And there's a cost to implementing heat pumps. So we want to find that balance between cost and benefit. Similarly, with effluent reuse, the benefit is that you're going to reduce the potable water demand. The more that you could use final effluent, and chlorinated filtered effluent is safe, and its use is regulated under the municipal wastewater regulation. So we can use it for irrigation, wash down, toilet flushing, and process applications on site. So we'll be looking at all of those applications, and what treatment requirement is necessary to make them fit within the municipal wastewater regulation boxes. And then biodigestion feasibility. So Michael had alluded to the digestion being, it really is about scale. So we're going to revisit that. The current system of biosolids reuse is to compost, and the product is well received, but it has a cost, and so we want to address the risks associated with just having one outlet for biosolids. So digestion is a good alternative, but again, scale might not be there. But there may be ways to stage it, to incorporate some of the features that could integrate into a future. When the system gets big enough in the future, stage unit processes like a dryer that could be used to supplement or to add resiliency to the existing composting system. And then for the cost estimates, the Class B cost estimates, we're going to do a preliminary design, 30% design to get some detail, drill down some detail and get a good, accurate cost estimate. So the 5 areas that we know we're going to need estimates for, that we're working in parallel to the master plan to develop designs, is for headworks, for the administration building, UV disinfection. We know electrical upgrades are necessary because of age. And then we know that based on the process optimization, that we'll be doing improvements to bioreactor and the primary effluent equalization basin. So I'll just kind of hit the highlights of these upgrades. So the headworks upgrade is really important. It was alluded to, I think, in Michael's last presentation, that right, like there's a lot of inorganic material that gets into the wastewater. We want to get that out of the wastewater before it hits the biological process and creates problems there, or carries over into the compost and affects the quality of the final compost product. So replacing or adding a new headworks is a really important unit process. So we'll be doing, and there's a lot of screens on the market, so we'll do a technology selection to find the best fit for the treatment plant. The existing admin building was constructed in 1982 and has worked great, but the goal now is to modernize that facility, bring it up to code, and provide some additional space, to allow the building to service the treatment plant to at least 2060. So some renovations are in order for the admin building. And finally, the UV disinfection, it was talked about, the need to address the requirements for shellfish harvesting. And that was a recommendation of the stage 2 liquid waste management plan to add UV disinfection, and that'll achieve the regulatory requirement that meets the coliform standards for discharging effluent to a receiving environment that has shellfish harvesting. So UV light has been in use for disinfecting wastewater treatment effluent for a few decades, and very safe and effective. There are a few products on the market. So as part of that, similar to Headworks, we'll do a technology evaluation to select a basis of design based on features and life cycle cost. So I think that is, if you have any questions, I didn't look to see if there are any hands raised, but that concludes the presentation. Are there any
Thanks so much.
questions?
Any
Yeah.
questions? Thanks, Pierre. Much appreciated. I don't see any hands up from
Okay,
our.
and I think, yeah, the committee will see a lot of this in the coming months. Sure.
Super.
The details will be.
Thank
yep.
you.
Good. Thank you.
I'd like to suggest, it's up to the committee, but I'd like to suggest that we break and grab lunch and come back and we'll do a final wrap up. Does that make sense to you, Mark? Does that suit the committee? Okay, so I figure it'll take probably between 10 and 15 minutes for people to grab lunch. I'm assuming lunch is there. I hope so. And then if you wouldn't mind bringing it back, and then we'll just do a final wrap up and answer any questions that you might have. Thanks so much. Thank you all. Appreciate your attention this morning to all that information. I'm just going to turn it back to Mark, and Mark is going to talk a little bit about the role of the TACPAC and your role and kind of what you can expect going forward. So thanks, Mark.
Yep. Oh, can I? Yeah. Yeah. So thanks, everybody. It's just a couple slides here. Won't take very long. Sorry, we kind of estimated the time required for some of these components, but it looks like we are going to finish on time. So I guess we didn't do too bad of a job, but it seemed a little bit rushed through some of it. So 2 slides here. The first one is just a high level kind of timeline here for the stage 3 liquid waste management plan work. So now until the fall of 2025, we'll be drafting the stage 3 liquid waste management plan. And today we talked about some of the components that make up that work. So those will be coming back to you for review, but we're hoping to begin drafting that in the fall. Reviewing the stage 3 report in the fall and winter. So fall 25, winter 26, and then submitting the report in early 2026. And then the province needs time for review, and then hoping for plan approval and to begin the phase 4 upgrades in 2027. And then this one's a little more focused on what to expect for the TACPAC. So some of the main components that will be coming back to you. So the draft site master plan in spring 2025, we'll have a TACPAC meeting to review that work and an opportunity to provide feedback and comments, questions. And then the draft report in the fall of 2025. So again, another meeting for review and feedback. And then the final report following along in the winter of 2026. And so that's kind of the timeline. The other thing I wanted to just clarify, and I think it's probably clear for everybody, but I just want to make the point that that the work in the stage, so that maybe I'll go back to what was completed as part of stage 1, 2. So in stage 1, 2, like we've talked about today, there, all of kind of the options were considered, right? So there were long lists of options developed, short lists. There was a decision matrix developed and implemented, and that stage of the work recommended the solutions for level of treatment, for how resources would be recovered and used, for how the plant would grow with the community. So those recommendations were made, and we're not planning to revisit those. The work in stage 3 is really to learn how those recommendations will be implemented. So like Piero will present on, like, here's what the treatment plant upgrades look like in order to achieve the higher treatment standard or the higher throughput through the plant. And Mike will present on the top. It's really on how the decisions made during stage 1 and 2 will be implemented. That's kind of the work of stage 3. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have on the next steps here.
I just wanted to add to what Mark said. Well, I just wanted to make sure that everybody has copies of the terms of reference for your role in the committee. That's great, good. And I just wanted to mention that over the last few, and I think their input was really super valuable. There were some really, really good discussions. For the most part, we were able to deliver the consensus decisions that that the terms of reference say is your mandate, is to make decisions by consensus. We did, I think, on 2 occasions have a majority report and a minority report that went forward where there were dissenting voices. But I think, just from my perspective, the input over the last few years has been just super valuable. And as a planner, sewage is like at the basis of all development and growth, and it's just such an important role. And you play such an important role in these decisions. So I just expect that we will carry on in that way, and the committee will ask tough questions and make good observations about the work that comes to them, and that we will be able to deliver to the Sewage Commission really valuable input and advice. So I'm glad to hear that you have the terms of reference, because we probably should have acknowledged that right up front, but that's good. And if you have any questions about that or about your role, the staff are here to help you out with that. So any questions about where we're going forward? It looks like we can expect 3 meetings, one in the spring of next year, one in the fall of next year, and then one probably a year or so from now. Any questions about either anything that you have heard today, or about the process going forward, or about the role of the TACPAC? Well,
So I gather that's of direction things are going, or given if we're properly briefed, but essentially going to be, there's no, obviously we're not an elected body, so financing or anything like that, it's essentially to put a seal of approval on the quality of the work. Would that be a fair?
Which then goes forward to the
Which
Sewage
then goes
Commission.
forward, so it provides comfort to the final decision makers.
It provides advice to
Advice.
the final decision makers, recommendations to.
Mhm.
Is that it's a technical and public advisory committee, right?
Yeah.
So it goes forward as a
So
recommendation.
we would actually be to make recommendations, can be as detailed as needed.
Yeah.
Okay, rather than just a blanket approval of something. It could be actually a page of recommendations or some such.
It could be.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it could be, I just want to kind of, I don't know, try to set the expectation, like, you know, the major decisions, like, you know, for the sewer service, like the major decisions are level of treatment, the
Conveyance route.
conveyance route, the sort of capacity of the treatment plant. Like those major decisions have been made, and the work that's in front of us now is like, how do we meet those that level of treatment? You know, like there's a bunch of different ways it can be done. So how are we going? How do we recommend that we're going to do it? What does that look like? How much does it cost? And that's the kind of information that will be provided to the committee, and the feedback we're looking for is on that work. Just want to be clear, it's not on the like, well, I think we should have gone to a different level of treatment. We don't want to revisit that.
It seems to me that the cost structure here, what comes out of these how-to decisions as opposed to what-to decisions, the biggest output from it is going to be cost, and then summing that up is impact to individual landholders as to, you know, what's this going to, how it's going to affect their tax rates. Of course, there's a few more things like environmental and social and those sorts of things that are going to come around with it. Yeah. But to me, that's the place I'm most interested, is to see how does this sum up, if you will, for impact to individuals.
Yeah, I agree, Ian. That's going to be one of the major components.
Any other questions? So, so at the next meeting, Mark, the focus will be on the
Yeah, it'll be on, so
pollution control site, when
Well,
it says draft site master.
yeah,
plan?
draft site master plan. So I'm sorry, I'm not like
You're
Mike.
Chris?
No, I'm not Chris. Yeah, he'd do a better job. But you know, Mike presented on several elements that WSP is working on. Piero presented on a couple of the elements that Corello is working on. So these different technical components will be brought back. Like, you know, Piero talked about screening and UV that kind of thing. And so I'm not sure that every one of those that we talked about today will come back in the spring, but several of those elements will come back. Zoe, yeah, please.
Yeah, maybe just to add a bit more clarity there. So the site master plan that Piero kind of presented on today and those deliverables will be kind of, packaged into what does it look like for the next 50 years in terms of upgrades at the plant? How is that, that level of treatment implemented? And I think our vision of that spring TACPAC meeting would be to kind of give you that draft report so you can see it, kind of understand how we're looking to grow over the next 50 years. What are those new populations and flows and loads now that we've kind of taken another look there, and kind of have that opportunity to provide comments and ask questions on that 50-year kind of phasing plan for the plant. There's a couple pieces of work that Mike is also doing. The source control being one would be kind of another separate memo that, we could maybe also take the time at that meeting to review that memo, but give it to you guys ahead of time. So you kind of have some actual information to read and digest before that meeting to kind of start to understand where we're starting to go on kind of that implementation and that framework that will all fall under that stage 3 LWMP report umbrella, as kind of Mike described it today.
Great.
Great. Thanks, Zoe.
I want to add too that I'm thrilled to see that you're looking at the impact of Bill 44, because Martin and I were just talking about that at the coffee break. So the impact of these new provincial regulations on your population forecasts, which are, I'm sure, a bit scary. So yeah. Any other questions? Then I think, oh, thank you. Yeah.
Just as I threw in the beginning, do we have any update just on sort of schedule and budget of how the conveyance project is going at all? Just curiosity.
Yeah, yeah. So we do present an update report to the Sewage Commission at each of their meetings. So we have created a dashboard for the project that shows the main contracts that are included and the overall costs, the schedule, some of the kind of emerging community communication type issues. So in terms of the project overall, it's pretty much on schedule. There are a couple of components that are maybe a few weeks behind, like the pump station component and the town of Comox section of the force main work. But pretty much on track in terms of schedule, on budget. So still projecting the same final costs that we were at the beginning of the project. Yeah, so I think it's going quite well so far. Still a lot to do, but going good.
Anything else? Shelley, I hear your town's torn up at the moment. I was thinking, I'm going to go for a little drive through Comox this afternoon. Yeah, that's right. It'll be a slow drive. All right, then I think if there are no further questions or comments, thanks to the people that have joined us online. We appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing you all in the spring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.